We're good.
I call this meeting to order. Confirmation of the agenda that the Council of Township of North Huron hereby accepts the agenda for October 27, 2021 special council meeting as presented. Do I have a mover? I have Paul moving, I have Kevin seconding. All in favor? Carries. Disclosure of pecuniary interest. Not seeing any. We shall move on. We don't have any delegations today. Reports. We're going to start out with 5.1, the CEO 2021 Strategic Plan Update.
Is Dwayne's report up?
Yeah, it'll be open at the bottom.
Is it clicking on the bottom there?
Could be the lady.
On the PowerPoint, yeah.
Okay, well, thanks, Council. And yeah, so as we go through, so the topic, today's meeting is about our finances in terms of our year-to-date, and also starting to look ahead in terms of 2022, in terms of what we want to accomplish in 2022. So we thought it'd be a good idea just in terms of with our strategic plan. The strategic plan is being used by staff as we move forward in our day-to-day work, but also in our budgeting, or will be used in terms of our budgeting process. So we just thought it'd be a good idea just to, it's always a good idea on an annual basis just to circle back and look at what our goals and objectives have been or are, and in terms of moving forward. So we'll just, we're going to go through each of the objectives, refamiliarize ourselves with the goals and what the actions that we're undertaking to do to assist you in your financial discussions. So just as a reminder, in terms of the economy, the goal that we established is to build a stronger economy through residential growth, retail, commercial, industrial development, tourism, and thriving agriculture. And in terms of our objectives, one of our objectives is to improve the efficiency and the timeline development approval process. This is something that staff are currently working on, and we will be bringing forward a report in the near future. With regard, in one area that we've certainly identified is around site plan control. There's the ability for council to delegate site plan control authority to staff, which could speed up the development approval process. Another objective is to complete maintain inventory properties in the municipality with a focus on municipal lands that could be developed. We do have that inventory, and we are in the process of marketing those properties to interested developers, so that's certainly underway. In terms of number 3, collaborate with Huron County to promote business redevelopment opportunities in tourism in North Huron. This is an area we need to do a little bit more work on, but the Rural Economic Development Program was announced earlier this year, and we did prepare and submit an application. We haven't received a response to that, but certainly it's been discussed by the Economic Development Committee, and the application we put forward was to develop a bus tour. And so in addition to waiting for a response on that funding application, we're continuing to monitor and investigate other funding opportunities to continue to advance this action item. Next item is to determine the future related to the Wingham Airport. As council is aware, direction has been provided to sell the airport and sever the agricultural lands. Person sale agreement is in process being negotiated, and it's fully anticipated that we'll be presenting that to council at your next regular council meeting. Next item is to review the current amount of funding being allocated to grants under the North Huron Community Improvement Plan. Interestingly, we just had a discussion yesterday at the Economic Development Committee regarding this particular item. For 2021, we allocated $40,000 towards the community improvement program. We received one application, leaving a balance of around $30,000. From a staff's perspective, it's certainly recommended that we transfer any unused funds forward to use for 2022. And yesterday during Economic Development Committee meeting, the committee identified that that is or should be a priority, and you're going to see in the draft economic development budget later on this year where there's a recommendation to increase that to take that back to the original 40,000. Next item is to establish a visitor information center at a physical location and a kiosk. The museum committee, as you're aware, that's kind of what they've been discussing and considering a part of their discussions. You received a presentation from the museum committee, and you did receive the presentation there on this past Monday, and you will be discussing it on November 10th in upcoming meetings. So, next item is to facilitate the development of Hutton Heights. There's certainly been a lot of work and development in this area. And as council is aware, we will be, not so much staff specifically, but BM Ross will be tendering that work out later this year. We'll be bringing that back for council's approval to move forward with the external work. In terms of looking forward to 2022, there is still some internal design work that we will need to do for that development. So you will see some money in the budget for 2022 regarding that to continue on with that project. Annual maintenance fees for building permits. This wasn't a strategic plan item, but this did come through the service delivery review recommendations. No action has been taken on this at this time in terms of the transition that's currently taking place. But the new CDO, we'll be working with the new CDO to look at and consider what that means and what that might look like. Next item is to facilitate development of the Wingham Trailer Park. As council is aware, we have signed purchase sale agreement, and there is an open house scheduled for next Friday. And it's fully anticipated that after the open house, the planning applications will be moving forward through the approval process. So expect to see that very, very soon. Mainland Estates Development. As council is aware, draft plan of subdivision approval, this lapsed on July 2nd. The property, it's come to my attention that the property has been listed for sale, but in the meantime, the owners are considering their options. So one of the options is sale, but they're still in other conversations and discussions taking place. So what the future is of those lands at this point, I don't know. In terms of next item, coordinate local economic development initiatives with county priorities. Again, this was a service delivery review recommendation. There have been a number of staff changes at the county level regarding economic development. So it's kind of been a bit of a fluvial situation. Once things kind of sort themselves out, once people all are in place, the full intention here would be that we'll have a sit-down conversation in terms of how we can work together to move things forward. One of our other goals is to be a vibrant and welcoming community that is proud of its roots, fosters volunteerism, has a strong roots and cultural presence, and supports community initiatives and special events. So we have a number of action items in this category. The first is develop a more efficient events approval policy process and market community events in North Huron. This was one of the recommendations that came out of the service delivery review. A special events policy is being developed, and it's fully anticipated that we'll be presenting that to council in 2022. Next item, develop a process program to recognize volunteers for their contributions to the community. This was identified as a 2022-2023 project. So in terms of priority, we've kind of earmarking this more in terms of the 2023, unless council directs that they'd like this fully completed and implemented in 2022. Next item is to investigate opportunity to recognize as a youth-friendly community. Again, this has been identified as a 2022-2023. At this point, we're looking more to 2023 for that particular project, again, unless council directs otherwise. Next item is prioritize accessibility in Township's buildings and services. As council is aware, we have been successful in receiving some provincial funding for a new accessibility ramp for out front, as well as that funding includes 3 sets of accessible doors at Town Hall. In addition to that, we received funding to create accessibility washrooms for the Wingham Public Works and the Wingham Fire Hall. And in terms of the accessibility ramp, it's in the process of being tendered, and the design work for the washrooms is currently being completed. So those projects are certainly well underway. From an SMT perspective, we continue to incorporate accessibility lens when we're looking at renovations and or new constructions, and this is actually mandated under the AODA. Next item is to complete a community safety and well-being plan. This plan has been completed and was adopted by council. We're kind of in a bit of a holding pattern at this point until the province releases more regulations. There's not much more we can do on this item until the province gives us more to work with or more to proceed on. Next item is governance and modernization. And the goal here is to be fiscally sustainable, transparent, and forward-thinking. Municipality, that works with its residents and stakeholders through communications and community engagement. So again, we've identified a number of action items. The first is support advocacy efforts for the expansion of high-speed internet. We've been successful in this regard, thanks to collaborated efforts. And those advocacy efforts have resulted in the expansion of high-speed internet services in portions of East Wallanosh. So kudos to those that were involved in that and pushed that forward. Next item, implement accessibility for Ontarians with Disability Act requirements and Ontarians with Disability Act requirements. Staff continue to participate in Huron County Accessibility Advisory Committee working group meetings. And accessibility reporting continues to occur as required, and plans are brought forward annually to council as required by legislation. So from a staff's perspective, we continue to create accessibility documents. You're aware in terms of the new website that we launched. So we're moving forward, and as a municipality, we want to be accessible. We need to be accessible under AODA, but we want to be accessible. Next item, support the Association of Municipalities of Ontario's advocacy efforts for support of rural community needs. Reid, Deputy Reid, and myself, we appeared actually as a delegation at this year's AMO conference virtually. The delegation was with the Minister of the Solicitor General, and the issue that we raised and discussed with them was regarding joint and several liability, which is something that had been raised previously by council. It was I don't want to speak for Reid or Deputy Reid, but I think it was a certainly beneficial conversation. It certainly brought the issue to the attention, but also reinforced, I believe, what the minister had already been hearing. He took it a little bit further in terms of he felt that perhaps the issue was more than joint and several liability and a broader issue about just insurance in general and how municipalities get insurance and we can get insurance for and who can provide that insurance. So certainly I would suggest we were successful in that matter. Next item, develop a community engagement and communication strategy for the township. This has been identified as a 2022 project. So to move this forward, and what you will see in the draft 22 budget, is a recommendation to move this forward, to put $20,000 into the 22 budget to retain a consultant to prepare a communication strategy. Building on that, in terms of, there's two aspects really around communications in terms of there's communication strategy in terms of how you communicate, what you communicate, and those sort of aspects. But the other piece, I believe, to this communication is in terms of, they're tied together, but they're somewhat independent, just in terms of image, and in terms of, so when I say things, it's in terms of our physical presence in the community. And in particular, I look, for example, at our signs. If you look at, for example, the sign coming into Blythe, the sign coming into Wingham, and then you look at the sign that's coming in on 86, and you look at the sign that's coming in from Highway 4, you see a variety of signs, different signs, and different styles of signs. So I think, you know, it'd be beneficial to consider and perhaps look at kind of developing a standardized signage program, for example. Again, that kind of goes back to the communication in terms of who we are and what we do, but also in terms of, you know, the image, how we're being received, and not by our residents, but also by those that are coming into our community. So something to think about, but for 2022, you know, the communication strategy, I think, is something certainly to focus in on. Next item is to update the township's digital processes in terms of website, online payment option. As council's aware, a new website was launched in 2021, and through the Intake 2 Modernization Funding Program, we're advancing records management in terms of digitizing that. That digitizing process is continuing at a very progressive pace, and further to that, we're in 2022 looking to investigate a building permit e-process. So actually, as part of the Intake 3 Modernization funding, we've actually submitted an application to see if we're successful in receiving any funding to help us advance that forward and move that on. And maybe the other thing I'll just mention here too is in terms of, as council's aware, under Intake 2 of the Modernization program, we retained a consultant to assist us with our IT, to undertake an IT service delivery review. That report is in the process of wrapping up in terms of the final report. And I believe it's November 10th or the 15th that we're looking that the consultant will be here to present that to you. And they certainly have some thoughts and some recommendations as far as, and it's about how we move forward and how we modernize our services and what we need to do to position us for that. So I think you'll be pleased with the report. Next item is to implement professional development plans for staff. As you're aware, a new HR manual has been adopted by council. We're in the process of implementing that manual, and as we go through the implementation in terms of looking at development plans, looking at succession planning and those sort of things. So this is kind of an item that the manual is completed, but there's more work to do. Item 3.7 is to evaluate the current size and structure of council. This matter was considered and council has made a decision, so we consider this project completed. The next item is the IT service delivery review, which I've already touched on. Next item is to replace the recreation software system. This has been completed, installed, and is currently implemented. The next category is infrastructure, and our goal is to be a municipality with well-maintained and thoughtfully planned infrastructure. So in terms of one of the first items here that we have is to replace the current standpipe in Wingham. That is a project that is high on the priority list. Tendering and awarding of the project is expected to be completed in 2022 is where we're heading with that. Develop a fleet replacement schedule. Fleet replacement schedule for fire service was completed in 2020, and for public works and rec just fairly recently in terms of 2021. Nearing completion report. This project is nearing completion, and at the time that this slide deck was put together, that hadn't had that information yet, but now you have it. Next item is a complete infrastructure mapping of all infrastructure. From a staff's perspective, we've been gathering additional data, which certainly has been of great assistance. As part of the Intake 3 Modernization funding application, we're actually, and I believe we have submitted an application to look at whether we can acquire additional temporary staff. We have all this information and data. We have to get it into our system. So looking to hire somebody on a 10-month fully funded to take that information that we currently have in documents and paper and all that and get it into our system. So we can use it more. We can flip through reports, but it's nicer if it's all in one place. Next item is to update an asset management plan, and there's a number of initiatives related to that. Asset inventory update project is underway with BM Ross and Public Sector Digest. And so we're continuing to work on our asset management. And as you're aware, we do have requirements under provincial legislation. So from a staff perspective, we're continuing to advance and work toward meeting those requirements. Next item, determine next steps related to surplus municipal infrastructure assets. I would suggest we've done a lot of work in this area in terms of we have made the decision to demolish the RVs. You know, the airport has been declared surplus. We're in the process of dealing with that. We're in the process of doing environmental assessment of the former Blythe Public Works property. And as well, you know, purchase and sale agreement has been signed for the Wingham Trailer Park. So we've been looking at our assets, looking at how they're being used, and looking at how we can better use them to meet the needs of the community. And so that has been a very positive and productive area. Staff, just in terms of where we're at, staff are finalizing the purchase and sale agreement for the airport, and we are fully anticipating that we'll be presenting that again to Council on November 1st. And staff will be presenting a report regarding possible future land options for the Blythe Public Works properties. So those are certainly reports that will be coming forward in decisions for which staff will be seeking direction. Next one was services. Our goal is to offer high quality and well-balanced services that create a sense of belonging, support community well-being, promote safety, encourage health and active lifestyles. So on the physician recruitment, that is identified as continuing to be involved in those efforts. As Councillor Van Pearson has been appointed to the Physician Recruitment Committee. And there is funds in terms of supporting those efforts that are required. There's a contribution from the municipalities based on percentages. So in terms of looking forward, in terms of the 2022 budget, we'll be including those funds in that 2022 budget for Council's consideration. Consider to deliver public education, fire prevention, and fire service programs. This, in terms of 2021, has been slowed, I would suggest, but in terms of there's been restrictions in place by COVID that has limited our ability to deliver on this particular item. There are, it's not that there's nothing occurring, it's just not occurring as it would normally have been occurring, that hopefully in 2022 we'll be able to get back to this level of activity that we're used to. Next item, review service agreements with neighboring municipalities and amend as appropriate. So as Council is aware, discussions have been continuing through 2021 regarding a new cross-border servicing agreement with Lawrence Turnberry. We are continuing our efforts to reach that cross-border servicing agreement, and you know, if not completed 2021, certainly, you know, my hope or thought would be 2022. Conduct a service delivery review contingent on external funding. This item, as indicated previously, has been completed. KPMG was retained, provided us with a report, and we've incorporated, actually, in this particular slide deck, you see that I have pulled that into this. Support local housing initiatives. COVID and other priorities have delayed some discussions around this in terms of working. The county is the funding body for local housing initiatives. Certainly in terms of, as I can, in terms of when I'm working with developers, connecting developers to the county in terms of with their housing division, in terms of having those conversations. But certainly affordable housing will continue to be considered as part of residential projects as we go forward. So it's certainly we're working on it. Working on it though through and with developers. Explore the feasibility of expanding daycare services in Blythe. Council did receive a daycare expansion report in 2020 and had directed a survey to be completed. With COVID and everything that's happening with daycare, just in terms of new requirements and all that, this is not one that has been, we haven't had a lot of development on this one in 2021. We'll see where we go in 2022 with this initiative, but it's certainly on the radar. Explore the feasibility of relocation of Blythe Library to a location of Township is not required to pay rent. We've been undertaking discussions with the county regarding the interest around that and the feasibility of doing that, and we'll be bringing back a report to council in the future. Next item is develop a recreation master plan. Consultant has been retained to undertake a recreation master plan. Again, I believe it's November 10th that the consultants will be presenting that to council. Review approach to customer service. This was an item that was identified through our service delivery review. As you will recall, a meeting or two ago, council adopted a new customer service policy and complaints policy. In addition to that, in advance of that, as you're aware, we did a little bit of restructuring in the front office, just to facilitate and to give more emphasis to customer service in terms of when people come into town hall, in terms of the customer service that they're receiving. So the customer service policy and the complaints policy is being implemented by staff under the new structure that we have in place for our front office. Determines council's role in campgrounds. That was an item that was identified by the service delivery review. And earlier this year, and as council directed, staff completed enhancements at the Blythe campground. And I believe it's November 10th that there will be a report or a report back to council in terms of how the Blythe campground went for this year. And from a staff's perspective, we'll be seeking direction as to how you want to, or what you want to do moving forward in 2022. And we've also asked the consultant who's working on the Parks, Recreation, Culture Master Plan prior to that report getting underway. We indicated to the consultant and asked them to look at the Blythe campground in particular for council's benefit, to give comments and thoughts on it. So, next item is to harmonize police services. Again, this was identified as a service delivery review item. As council is aware, the province is moving forward with the establishment of a one police services board for the entire county. So it'll be called the Huron County Police Services Board Detachment. The lower tier municipalities, through each individual council, basically identified in terms of whether or not they wanted to have a seat on that board, and what the composition of the board basically would look like. That has been submitted to the province. There's been no indication that the province is not accepting of that composition. We're waiting to hear back from the province in terms of next steps around that. It was indicated that the province was planning to move forward with that in terms of establishing the boards and moving forward for 2022. But I personally, unless Carson's heard anything, I haven't heard anything further to that. But certainly, when that new board comes into effect and force, we will no longer have our own police services board. The other conversation that we'll have to have at some point is in terms of, we have Section 5 police service for the Wingham and East Wallingrush wards, and we have what we call Section 10 for the Wingham ward. The Wingham ward contract, I believe, is December 31st of 2022. So in 2022, in terms of how we want to proceed with police services, we'll have to have that conversation overall in terms of police services. within the context of the provincial legislation, because the provincial legislation, as I understand, in terms of the contracts, is more, the contracts are gone per se, unless you want enhancements. So I think part of the conversation will be in terms of what will our police service look like, and do we want any enhancements, and if we want enhancements, what would that cost? Okay, so we'll be coming back to that conversation later, for sure. In terms of museum services, this was identified and as an item for consideration as part of the service delivery review. And I don't think there's really much more for me to say on this, other than council will be having that conversation and staff will be proceeding with the direction that is provided. The last category is the environment. Our goal is to protect the natural environment, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and support a healthy ecosystem. In terms of action items, review the township's involvement in the tree planting program with a focus on cost recovery. This was identified as a medium-term project, so kind of 2021, 2022, and we'll be bringing a report to council in 2022 regarding this. Explore educational opportunities for waste reduction and diversions. New waste and recycling programs come into effect on May of 2021, and a new waste bylaw has been adopted. So in terms of, we've certainly done some work in that area. And in terms of at our last council meeting, you know, we had a bit of a conversation in terms of the landfill and the pilot program that was brought forward for consideration. So staff will be working on a report and bringing that forward. Next item, explore the possibility of adding more electric vehicle charging stations in the township on a cost recovery basis. We did receive funding for 2 new electric charging stations, and those are, we're fully expecting that they're going to be installed in 2022 here in Wingham. And you know, in terms of continuing to investigate other possible funding sources for more electric vehicle charging stations, or more broadly, I guess, in terms of vehicles or things that can help offset carbon emissions. So we'll do a little bit more work around that. I need to do some follow-up. I recently saw an article that Westerio and Bruce Power have partnered together on projects or initiatives to offset carbon. So I haven't got into the details on that, but there may be funding opportunities there. Next item is to strengthen the township's procurement policy to increase priority sustainable and/or energy efficient projects. The procurement policy was updated in 2018, and we did add some provisions to it regarding environmentally sound acquisitions. We will be presenting a report later this year to discuss some additional possible changes that council may want to consider to that procurement policy. I think if anything, just in terms of a heads up, in terms of and again, kind of tying back into the 2022 budget, this, depending on what council decides with this, it could have significant implications on your 2022 budget, because certainly, you know, you look at, you know, right now with the technology in terms of buying an electric vehicle versus a gas vehicle, electric vehicles or hybrid vehicles are more expensive than a gas vehicle. And that's just the market, that's the way things are. Depending on where we go with the procurement policy, you know, in terms of if you decide to go, let's say, entirely electric vehicles, and as vehicles are replaced, replace them with electric, you know, you budget, historically you budget X to replace that vehicle, but if you go electric, you're going to have to maybe budget Y, okay? And Y is going to be more than X. So this is a conversation that council is going to have. Implement energy conservation efforts to reduce the carbon footprint in all townships facilities. In 2020, LED efficiency lights were installed here at Town Hall. And there's the Knights of Columbus Center. Actually, there's, in terms of their lighting, there's the opportunity to convert that lighting over to LED. So that's something certainly that we're exploring and investigating. Explore the possibility of a Township Environmental Advisory Committee. This was identified as a 2022-2023 project. It's more likely to be a 2023 at this point, unless council directs that they'd like to have this completed in 2022. In addition to, and this is just, I believe, my last slide, and it's just for council's information, just in terms of, so from a staff's perspective, we're working on implementing the strategic plan. We're also looking at the service delivery review projects, and then we're also, in terms of, you know, we have our day-to-day stuff as well. So in addition to that, and these are items that weren't specifically identified in either the strategic plan or the service delivery review, but it's just for council in terms of other things that we're currently working on. So one item that council is aware that we're working on, in particular Public Works Department, is the house and dam. Okay, so you know, staff are working and as directed by council to move that forward. We also, through the Modernization program, we're looking and investigating in terms of a new payroll system, again, becoming more modernized, more efficient, and that sort of stuff. And actually, I'm not going to get into the details, but Donna can certainly, but that has been completed. And we have actually, through the Modernization funding, purchased additional module that has helped us be more efficient. We're also working on health and safety program update. Carson is leading that. And in terms of, you know, we've been having conversations around this, and we'll have this conversation when we get to the 2022 budget process. Actually, no, sorry.
It's on today's
My apologies. It's on today's agenda in terms of reallocating modernization funds. This is something that we can complete relatively soon if we look at reallocating some of the modernization funding. I'm not going to jump ahead on that. We'll have that conversation. Security for facilities. This is ongoing. Public Works Facilities is leading that, but you know, in terms of there's been some work down the complex, some work down the town hall, but it's certainly an area that we continue to advance. From a priorities perspective, in terms of the permanent relocation of the council meetings, this is a higher priority item, if not a high priority item, in terms of, you know, we have direction from council regarding this, and there's been a lot of staff conversations in terms of pros and cons and needs and all that sort of stuff. So I fully anticipate you're going to see a report from staff in the very near future on this. Procedure by law and BAA constitutions update. Both the Wingham and the Blythe BAA have constitutions, and we've been we need to update those constitutions, but as well in terms of and actually we were working on scheduling with the Blythe BIA. We actually have made arrangements for the Ontario Business Improvement Association to come and provide some assistance and guidance and direction in terms of you know, constitutions and that sort of stuff. And so this has been driven by the Blythe BAA in terms of wanting this sort of information, but we're inviting the Wingham BAA to be part of this as well. We certainly see benefit overall to both associations. So we did have a date and all that, but it's not going to work, so we're going to have to do some rescheduling. But so this is an area that we're working on as well. In terms of elections preparation, elections working group, as I know you're fully aware, next year is a municipal election, next October. But from a staff's perspective, there's a lot of lead-up work that has to be done to get ready for that, and Carson has been leading that. The HR manual has been another big project that we've been working on. As you're aware, that's been completed. Additional technology for building services, that kind of comes through the strategic plan, the service delivery review, and once we kind of have the building services I refer to it as we're in a transition period right now, but once we kind of get that solidified, then I fully see that we can move on that in 2022. Consolidation of parks maintenance. There's, in terms of conversations between myself, Vicki, and Jamie on this, in terms of how we do what we do, more of, again, operational aspects, but again, it's something that we continue to work on. And as well, in terms of our role in economic development, and this is a conversation as well at the Economic Development Committee, just in terms of, you know, what is a township's role in economic development and what is that? And if you recall, in the last year for the budget process, there was, I can't remember if it was a full-time or part-time economic development officer position in the budget.
Put the $50,000.
Was it full-time or part-time? Oh, just a minute. So we need to, again, yesterday, Economic Development Committee had that conversation, and they would like that brought forward again for council's consideration. So you're going to see that in 2022 as well. So I maybe went too fast, or maybe I didn't touch on things to the depth. Is there any questions for anybody for anything yet?
Yep. Thank you very much, Dwayne. You did a great job. Questions? Go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah.
Oh, Anita can go first.
Oh, thank you so much. It's really amazing. I just have a question about the decision of the standpipe. If that is going to be delayed till 2022, if we go mainland, will that decision be delayed or not? How does that work?
That's an interesting question through you, Reeve, in terms of we'll have to, from a timing perspective, if council awards the project before any, so at this point, we don't know whether we're going to be in lame duck or not.
No.
Right? If we don't go into lame duck, non-issue. If we go into lame duck, I would suggest that what we try to do is time it that can all be addressed and dealt with in advance of any sort of possibility of a lame duck period.
That time frame is there to address it before.
Yeah, lame duck is July.
And so it's actually condensed, the elections
Yeah.
period is condensed this year, so municipal councils that are in lame duck won't be in lame duck as long if they hit it at the first threshold. But two, like if it was looking like this council might be heading towards lame duck, there's potential that you could delegate authority to staff to award that work if you want to see the project go ahead during a timeline when you're potentially in lame duck.
Well, thank you.
Kevin.
Thank you, through you. Since this, the information is a living and breathing document, it should give us a really good indication of where our emphases have been and where we may be lacking. Do you have an idea of, what points are being used the most and what have not been used or used the least? As we go through our meetings, the alluded to 6.4 and 6.5 and which statutes each decision from staff is coming from. Does it give us an idea of where we're saturated and where we haven't touched on over the year?
Sorry, in terms of achieving the goals and objectives?
Yeah, like just as we go through, because we keep coming back to our decision making as to what point we're hitting, as to what it pertains to on our documents. Does it give us an idea if we're throwing too much emphasis at one section of it and nothing on the other?
Yeah, and through you, Reeve, just in terms of, if you recall, the strategic plan is kind of timelined out in terms of short-term, medium-term, and long-term. So from staff's perspective, we've kind of been following those timeframes. So you'll see, for example, if you look at the environmental goals and objectives, most of those had longer, medium to longer term. So those are more 2022, 2023 projects. Whereas, so for example, let's say the trailer park or Hutton Heights, council identified that as a priority. So from that perspective, in terms of resource allocation, like there's been resources have been allocated to those priority items that have been identified by council. So I would say in terms of overall, if you were to look at it, kind of the priorities have been more the development in terms of trailer park and Hutton Heights and those sort of things. And in terms of things like the environmental, in terms of the procurement policy, is certainly on staff's radar. But It's identified in the strategic, and as, yes, we like to do it, but, you know, we want to complete it in this time period, 2022, 2023. But in terms of, you know, it doesn't have to be done today. We do want it done, but we want it done sometime. But it's not, it's a priority because it's in the strategic plan, but in terms of priorities within the strategic plan, you know, in terms of ranking them, they kind of would fall into the lower. So I don't know if I'm answering your question.
If I can clarify something too, so I certainly get what you're saying, Councillor Palmer, but there's not going to be a true metric of like to measure that, because for example, you have some things in the strategic plan, you'll see that action item come up a bunch of times because it's an ongoing initiative, right? Where it's like, for example, to digitize or modernize our processes, right? So for every time we bring up something with the website or Laserfiche or something, you're going to see that action item listed, compared to something that's basically a one-time report. And I guess an example that would be council to evaluate the size and structure, right? You have that report, you bring that, you'll see that action item one time, and then it's achieved, right? So to measure on how much are being used in the reports is not necessarily going to be a true reflection, but to kind of reiterate what Dwayne had said, certainly the economic development goals are ones that I know we include frequently, as well as the governance and modernization. I would say you see a lot, and I would say we as S&T are certainly looking to modernize wherever we can to make things efficient.
Trevor?
Yeah, I think ultimately, in my thoughts, just to kind of follow up to as Councillor Faulkner was talking about, is when you look at the strategic plan, it doesn't really tell you how much resources are going to be impacted by that topic. And again, I think from what we're looking at is, if you were to look at the plan, there's a lot of material in economy, and there's a lot of material in services. I mean, those are two big things that this council talked about during their initial strategic plan discussions as what was a priority. And then guess what hit? COVID-19. So I mean, which just resonates economy, rebuild, those types of things. So I mean, a strategic plan is never going to tell you or try to explain to you how much resources are being funneled to one idea, but I honestly, I do trust that, you know, as Councillor Faulkner is talking about, we don't want to be, you know, be focused solely on one thing and forget everything else. And I think staff has done an excellent job at least trying to move each pieces of the puzzle forward in one respect or another. You know, the conversations about 2022 and 2023 are a difficult one, because that's a transitional year between this current council and a potential new council. So I mean, you know, this council needs to establish what their real goal is over the next, you know, 10 to 12 months, because really at the end of the day, in 12 months, this council is basically disbanded, and then a new council is elected. So I mean, I think ultimately from our perspective, or at least from mine, is getting a clear indication through this budget process where this council wants to go in the next 12 months. Because, and I mean, it's not really 12 months, because as soon as you hit lame duck, then you're basically, you're somewhat hand-tied depending on how you deal with that process. So I mean, arguably from my perspective, I think we as a council with this budget need to focus on what is the top 3 or 4 goals, and really just hammer those through, and let the rest of the staff, because again, I think we found out as the last slide, as Dwayne has mentioned, there are things that come up that get asked of staff now that are over and above the strategic plan, and how do they fit it into the actual goals and priorities of council. So I mean, I think from my perspective, this next 12 months, it needs to be a focused approach to what the strategic plan looks like and this budget, so that we can harness down what the rest of it looks like going forward.
Thank you. I would add too, Deputy Cites back, that I think we've all focused in on residential homes. And I think that's where we should stay focused, is getting the water and sewer ready for as many places and get the ability to build, to get the people off the street, get the people that want to come and move here. Quick example, as I was to my new doctor's yesterday, and as I said yesterday at a meeting, he is from Burlington and he cannot even find an apartment here. So he's at the nurse's residence, I believe he said, and goes home on the weekends. Our new doctor that we finally, that Anita's worked so hard for, we finally have him here and we got no place to put him. So residential, I think, should be our strongest and most powerful, but that'll be up to all councillors to decide on. Go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah, through you. Yeah, my first initial question was just strictly on a benchmark, and it's been reiterated here. Just so what I was going after was, we have priorities as a council that we've known that we've been working hard on, much like the estates and their housing. What I was asking was, does our strategic plan, as we work through the year, does it show that 6.4 was priority, it was more of a priority through all of our decision making? Is what I was going on. Yeah. Was can we use it as a benchmark as to, are we accomplishing in our thought process our strategic plan to the areas that we have identified as we need them?
And through your worship, just in terms of, I have to say that the progress that has been made in terms of the accomplishments, in terms of what the strategic plan has directed to do, and in terms of what has been accomplished, is significant. And you also have to consider COVID on top of that, right? You think about other municipalities and other strategic plans, and this is no offense against them, but you'll sometimes have a strategic plan that will sit on a shelf and nothing, you know, in terms of moving things forward. But I think, to be honest, I think there's been an incredible job done here, and we're not done yet, right? So, but I hear what you're saying, for sure. Yeah.
Thank you.
One thing I will mention too is that in the strategic plan, it has actually indicated in the options, is it says where it came from. So whether it came from the service delivery review or whether it came from council specifically, it says this needs to be a priority. I mean, when I look at the action about Mainland Estates, the prime example, it says right in the strategic plan, council priority. So I mean, we initiated that as a priority, which therefore then initiates staff resources to fully embed to get that across whatever finish line it was going to be, because that's ultimately what our priority had. So I mean, to say the strategic plan is every council's priority, absolutely, but not every council priority is going to get the same level of resources to it, because they're all changed, they're all different.
Thank you very much. Anyone else like to comment? Not seeing any. Thank you very much, Dwayne, for that. We appreciate it. We appreciate the work you and your staff do. Donna?
You have a motion.
Oh, I forgot the motion. That the Council Township of North Huron hereby receives the report of the CEO dated October 22nd, 2021 regarding the status update of the Township's 2020-2023 strategic plan for information purposes. Do I have a mover? I have Rick moving. I have Anita seconding. All in favor? Carries. Thank you. Okay.
Is it at the bottom, Carson?
Yeah, so if you open the power.
Okay, we're gonna, sorry. Let's get all your papers.
When the music stops, we take away a chair.
Let's start.
When the music stops, we take away a chair.
And so are my the budget summary here too, Carson?
But council has hard copies of those.
So they're not. Yeah, I wanted to see budget summary.
Yeah, so they all have hard copies of it in front of them.
Oh, okay. All right, let's start here. And then, so then you can just make that. Yeah. Okay, perfect. Okay, so good morning, Council and Great Bailey. Today is the opportune time to look at our year-to-date budget for our our third quarter, and to have the meeting late in October, it fits in well is because everyone then is getting into budget mode, and it provides us the opportunity to look back, look where we are today, and look ahead to year end. It lets us review projects and how they were funded and investigate any variances. So we've been working on this report, and as Trevor mentioned, the numbers we now have are different from when we put the report together, simply because things are changing at all times through the finances, for sure. So we are looking, the department heads were looking at their numbers in preparation for today, and then they have to have all their budget numbers to me by November the 15th, with no exceptions. They know that. And then the first budget meeting will be scheduled on December the 9th. So that works well when the numbers are fresh in our mind to be going through this process, as I said, just to summarize, you know, where we are today, looking ahead to the first draft of the budget, and looking ahead to year end. So the timing does work very well. In addition to that, we also have, staff have been working on the first draft of the fee bylaw, and that will be presented to council at the November 1st council meeting. So again, it all ties together to get the budget, the first draft of the budget underway. So this morning we're going to start with the budget summary, and that's a one-page sheet. And sorry, I should have had it up on there, but I think you all have a hard copy, so we can have a look at that. So the budget summary is a very high-level overview of the budget, and as you know, our target for 3/4 of the year is at 75%, and we have had some, you know, due to COVID and some other things, that's we have seen some fluctuations, but overall everything is looking pretty good for sure. So I just wanted to point out on this budget summary, there was really nothing too much out of the ordinary in general government, and as I said, I'm just going to run through this quickly, and then once we go into the PowerPoint slides, it elaborates on each of these sections. So for protection to property, we're at 72%, public works 72%, water and sewer, it's at 102%, but it gets balanced to zero at year end, and there's a number of transfers, etc., to bring it into balance. Health services is the one I wanted to point out, which was cemeteries. So we were looking originally for a deficit of 65,000 this year, and then right now then we are looking at a profit actually of $3,800. But that's not going to stay that way. As we sell plots, then a portion of that plot has to be transferred over to perpetual care, and so we do that at year end. So this will change certainly before year end. The next one then too is the percentage for social and family services, which is the children's programs. Looks completely wonky, but again, totally understandable. So we need to have a look at the dollars there. So originally at the beginning of the year, we budgeted for a very small profit of $1,800, and right now we're sitting at a $38,000 loss. Now, certainly the daycare has funded a number of challenges, and once we get into, Vicki will speak to where they're at a little bit more into the PowerPoint. So recreation is under target at this time, and again, certainly with good reason, which Vicki will elaborate on once we move into the PowerPoint slides. And again, with all the closures and the many challenges that they've had, it's certainly to be expected. Under the planning and development section, a number of those projects were funded by transfers from reserves, and so certainly in the next couple of weeks I will be evaluating the projects and transferring the money out of reserves in accordance with how much of the project is done or if the project is done. So there really isn't anything too much out of the ordinary there. Capital, we're underspent, and so we will, we have a capital sheet here that we're going to discuss in much more detail a little bit later. So as I said, this is just to give you a high-level overview of our starting point, and then we want to provide some further details as we move into the to the PowerPoint. Okay, so as we move into the PowerPoint, there we go. Thank you. So on to the, you can tell I'm getting old. I have 2 pairs of glasses. So on to the PowerPoint then. So as I said, the 2021 year-to-date ending at September 30th. Now we're finding a delay all year. We've had a delay in getting some of our invoices. So like wages and benefits and all that sort of thing, revenue has all been posted to September 30th. But we haven't received all the invoices in from our vendors for September 30th as yet. So our target was 75%, which is a guideline. And as you know, we are not a 1/12 business. Our operations vary greatly from month to month, depending on weather, depending on activities, and many more things. And of course, COVID has had quite an effect on all our operations this year. So as I said, we're looking ahead to year end. It sets the basis for the 2022 budget. And we are going to have the discussion on the capital projects, any capital projects that are going to be moved forward to 2022. And going through this exercise offers the staff the opportunity to mitigate any overage items or to address anything that might cause a variance by year end. Okay, so the budget details, as you know, the budget was passed on February 1st, which we were very pleased to get it passed on so early, and we would like to continue that, which is why your first pass of your budget is in December, early December. And it was by a virtual meeting, and which was, a bit of a, we did pass the previous one by virtual as well, but hopefully for the 2022 budget, we'll be able to work in person. So the total expenditures in 2021 was $16,981,000. Our operating budget of that was $14,562,000, and our capital budget $2,418,000, offset by our total revenue of $10,282,000. And we transferred from our tax stabilization reserve $338,000, which leaves us a balance raised from taxation of $6,360,000. Okay. So a couple of items I always pull out just to bring to your attention is wages and benefits. So our total wages and benefits across the whole municipality for 2021 was $5,174,979. Year to date, we have spent $3,467,000. So we're at about 67%, and that is reflective of, we've had some staff not working through the COVID reasons and such. So it's not that far off, but we certainly understand why there's a variance there. And hydro, our hydro has really fluctuated as well, and our total hydro for the year across the whole municipality is $651,000, and so far we've only paid bills for $255,000, and some of that is because of less hydro used, but we do find that our hydro companies, we've worked with them to get our bills in sooner, but we're still only at just under 40% there, but that certainly will change by year end. So again, a summary for our net target of 75%. So on our operating budget, our revenue is sitting at about 61% and expense at about 63%. So even though that's below the 75%, both of those are fairly close together, so that doesn't cause me any concern. As we know, we have a lot of capital projects that aren't completed, and we'll go through that. So we've got about 13% of revenue in, but the expenses are only at about 26%. And so overall, we have our revenues at 53% and expense at 58%. Again, certainly under the target, but we know why due to all the changes that we've had and some of the projects that we're going to be moving forward. Okay, so we're going to move on to general government. So in general government, we have, that's where we get a lot of our grants, that's our OMPF funding, and a lot of our general revenues such as licenses and permits and those sorts of things. So our revenue is right on track, and our expenses are slightly higher than the 75%, but certainly also in line. And our total OMPF grant for the year is $1,320,000. And I'm going to mention at the end of the meeting that 2022 allocations are out and we're receiving less money for 2022. So we will talk about that a little bit later on in the slides. Our expenses are on target under general government. We have to make the physician recruitment second payment by the end of the year, and we also made the payment for our share of recruiting the new physician. We had received the surplus money, we had put it into reserves, and then when they were able to land the new physician, then we paid our share of that, so that was fine. And so we have some loan payments that we're working on that we paid in 2 installments, and the second loan installment will be paid in November. So everything is basically in order for general government. So moving on to, to council. So for the council budget then, we have sometimes for revenue, we are able to collect, for the REEF goes through to a conference through the county, then sometimes the county will reimburse us for a portion of that conference if we paid for it, etc. We work that all out, it's very minimal. And then the rest of the council budget is travel and training, which hardly anything has been spent, again, due to the meetings being virtual, etc. So we will have to really take a look at this in 2022 for the budget, whether the conferences and things will start back up in person. But there's definitely lots of money there for council to attend any training opportunities that they wish. Also, as at the other night council meeting, council passed a motion to spend that $2,000 of council contingency to donate that money to food share. So then that $2,000 will be processed and that will be fully used. So as I said, it's hard to tell what council accommodations and training will look like for next year, but I certainly hope that you're able to participate in whatever opportunities are available. Okay, so we're going to move on to administration. So administration covers like all of your front office staff and all our materials and supplies and things like that to keep the municipality running out front. We also have things like the community safety and well-being plan is under this area, and the town hall accessibility documents. We have asset management projects that we pay under here, and then of course things that come out of the modernization fund are all come out of the administration department. So again, the projects that are funded through the modernization reserve, and we're going to be having that discussion. I have an update for you on a full update on the modernization reserve and where we're at later on in the meeting. But those, any of the projects that are completed, we would transfer the money out of reserves by year end, and I've been transferring some since we've been getting ready for this meeting. And then there was other things that were in our working reserve, and so those would also be transferred out of reserves by year end. And like council, travel and training has been underspent. As staff, we've been able to still attend a lot of training virtually. And the nice part about it is they've offered a lot of that training free. So we've still been participating in a lot of things, but haven't had to pay for or haven't had to go anywhere to get it. So again, once the, hopefully as we're moving through to a more normal society without as many COVID restrictions, it'll be interesting to see whether in the future these conferences and organizations continue to offer a virtual aspect or whether they'll return to a full in-person. It's going to be difficult to say, and I think it's going to take them a couple of years to work through. That's the trouble.
Yeah, Don, I guess my question is from that perspective, I think in my mind, many of these companies have spent a lot of capital getting a virtual experience. So I honestly can never see them not offering some type of virtual presence. It's really going to determine whether the municipality is going to put a policy in place that either if there's a virtual component that councils require that you use the virtual component rather than travel and accommodations and stuff. I see municipalities all across Ontario having to reevaluate their policy on conferences when a virtual participation is available. I mean, obviously, if you can tell, virtual participation, yes, may not be ideal, but it saves the taxpayer overall, and you get the same exposure to the information. I mean, do you get the same networking? No, you do not. But I mean, that's the conversation that councils, again, all across Ontario are going to have to figure out how they're going to manage that portion of the budget going forward. But in my mind, at least in the profession that I'm in, I don't see virtual leaving us ever, because a lot of these companies have spent a ton of money on capital to make it available to their people.
Oh, for certain. Yeah, so we certainly have to wait and see how that unfolds as the time moves forward. So, as I mentioned, also in administration, we have some of our asset management money for some of our projects we've been working on there. But in the 2022 draft budget, you will see a cost for a full and complete update of our asset management plan to meet the July 1st of 2022 deadline. So I just got that price in yesterday, and it is about $41,000. And so we can use gas tax to offset that, and also we can use our OSIP formula funding. So Jamie and I were talking about it, and we'll just have to decide what's the best way to fund that. And then certainly the other thing will be is to wait until your new director of finance is in place to find out whether that person has other ideas for updating this asset management plan. But this is no small feat. When the ink was barely dry on the last one, we did our last one in 2016, and as soon as we had the paper copy published, we hit the ground and we were running to get all of the we're constantly working on asset management and trying to keep it updated. So just a few of the projects, as you know, in the last 5 years, which we needed to complete in order to be able to run our new asset management plan. We had the water and sewer master plan, we had the sewer camera work, we had the OSIM bridge updates, we did a very massive GIS matching project, which included all our road assets, water, sewer, sanitary, storm, and sidewalks. And we did the BCAs for the buildings, and Jamie and I are still working on that, the facility components, and just on and on. So our data, we have worked and worked and worked to try to get our data improved. and Jamie just brought forward to you the fleet replacement. So, and things like the master plan will also help to steer us where we're going. But anyway, what I'm getting at here is this this update takes at least 6 months, and so I would say that we would be looking at pre-budget approval to get them started in December or no later than the first week of January, because as I said, they have said they'll have us in the queue to do it, but it's a full 6-month project, and it's going to require significant staff resources, and I've already spoken with Jamie about it. She's going to play a big part in that, as well as the new director of finance. So we've been poised for this update and planning and undertaking, you know, numerous projects to be able to fulfill that asset regulation. So we're in good shape, but this will be the next step. Okay, so to move on to the police section then. So in the policing, we had the grant under the CSP program, and my understanding is that that program has to be completed by March 31st of 2022, and that was a 3-year project. And I don't know whether Deputy Reeve-Sype, if you want to elaborate anything about that project or the progress reports you're receiving, but I expect there will be no reason why it can't be wrapped up by March 31st of 2022.
Yeah, the Police Services Board hasn't received another update as it relates to that. I suspect I will be sending a message to the detachment commander to provide that he can provide us an update on that progress prior to that March meeting. We're going to have another meeting in, I believe it's December, Carson, is that correct?
Yep.
So we're going to have a meeting in December. I'll be making sure that I send the detached commander a report that says the board's going to want to see at least an update as to what that plan looks like, so that we're on target for March 31st, 2022.
Right, great, thank you. And so for the policing budget for 2022, again, Deputy Reeve-Sype explained to you at the last meeting, there's 2 pieces to your estimate from the OPP. So there's the estimate, and then there is the previous year's reconciliation. So the 2022 Wingham Ward billing, the actual estimate itself went up, but the 2020 reconciliation gave us a credit of $235,000. So overall, that means that the amount that the Wingham Ward would be area rated would be $53,000 less for the 2022 budget. So that's good news for the Wingham Ward, for sure. And then for the Blythe and East Wawanach boards, which as the CAO explained, they are not under contract, and the 2022 estimate was actually reduced for about $9,000. Their reconciliation was only about $300, so there wasn't anything that impacted the estimate for 2022 there, but at least it will also be going down by about $9,000 for the 2022 budget, so that's good.
Donna, may I ask?
Yes.
Yes.
For the Wingham billing, is that a 1-year thing that it's lower because of the COVID, because there's less activity going on, or is this expected to continue into more years?
It is expected to continue as part of their contract. They reconcile. Now, last year's reconciliation was about $150,000, and then this one is much more than that at $235,000. So I fully expect, as Dwayne pointed out, we're only going to be with them till end of 2022, and well, may or may not, depending. You'll still be with them, but you have a lot of decisions to make there. But you would still get the reconciliation for 2021 to reduce the 2022 or the 2023, whatever happens from there. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
So I'll follow up to that too, is that, so as council is aware, I've mentioned this frequently, the estimate is based on, the estimates for the cost model are based on a full-time equivalent employees that were transferred from the Wingham Police to the OPP. The reconciliation is based on calls for service. So it's based on a call for service model in the essence of the reconciliation. So I mean, would I expect the fact that the last 2 years we've had a reduction? Would I would expect a reduction? Absolutely. Should we budget a reduction? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. In the sense that we should not, because if our calls for service go up in any way, shape, or form, that reconciliation isn't just, it doesn't just go one way. I mean, that reconciliation, if it can go above. So I mean, we have to be cognizant of that, and you know, as you know, the vice chair of the police services board is more than aware that we have a conversation about calls for service all the time, and actually our calls for service have been relatively lower overall in the township, or at least in the town of Wingham, from what we talk about, but even in, obviously, as you're seeing in East Wawanosh and Blythe. So I mean, what I always say is, the estimate is the estimate, and that's what we should be budgeting. And whatever reconciliation we get should be a benefit to us as making sure that we're budgeting appropriately. And those reconciliations may necessarily, may want to look at what we want to do with those reconciliation adjustments, because obviously at the end of the day, like the town of Wingham, it's area rated now, but when this arrangement goes away, there potentially won't be an area rating depending on what goes on and how the council determines what that service level looks like. So I mean, to answer your question, yeah, we probably should understand that we're probably going to get a reconciliation, but should we bank on $235,000 a year? Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
No, that's not. It's not that I meant that we should have 235 every year. It's more like, can we budget a lower amount, because the last couple of years we always got a fair bit of money back, or however you want to call it. So can we budget less than what we're doing right now?
I would say I would not. And the only reason why I would say that is because obviously you have no idea what the calls for service are going to be. It's that's the kind of the no man's land or no person's land as we're talking about. So I mean, it's beneficial that we're getting those reconciliations, but there's no guarantee. So I mean, to lower that budget, you're risking yourself going over, and then you're right back to square one that you were before.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we're going to talk a couple of minutes on our COVID expenses update. So in 2021, we had the $75,000 available. There was a little bit of that money was left from 2020, and then we got 2 payments of for COVID money from the province in 2021. So to date, we have spent $37,565 on wages and benefits, and we have spent $11,861 on supplies, and we've spent $9,372 on the vaccine clinics for a total of $58,798. So then we have a difference there. Sorry, my mind's going. Total supplies, expenses to date. Then
that's just the net.
Is the net of $16,967. So the $16,967. When we talked the night that Vicki was talking about security, at that time I had said we had about $20,000 left, and it's now down to about 16. But the one thing that we hadn't talked about is that out of this money, council had passed a motion to agree to allocate $11,000 of that money to the council audio system. Now, Dwayne gave you an update saying that that's underway, and I think Carson says that we're pretty well close to being to have that system purchased or complete. So we will have to take that $11,000 or wherever it ends up out of that $16,000. So anyway, bottom line, we're going to have no COVID money left by the end of the year. We have the $5,900, but the first bills, we've had over $10,000 of bills for security already. So we certainly know that there won't be any further COVID money unless the province gives us more COVID money. We won't have access to any more COVID money to offset anything, and so it would be either out of taxation. Or the one other thing that I'm a little hopeful of is that the County of Huron asked us for those municipalities that hosted the mass vaccination clinics to send them our cost. And so I did send that $9,000 in, and I kind of got the feeling that the county was evaluating whether or not they would reimburse us for that. But we certainly can't count on that, but it's just something that may happen. And also then in Tricia's report, the county for daycare is another area. In daycare, the county has been very generous with us at all times for funding, especially at the end of the year. They provided us with some funding in February, but at this point it doesn't look like for these specific COVID items that we will be receiving any more funding from the county, but we can certainly wait and see how the year end goes. Okay, so we're going to move on then to the building department, and Kirk wasn't able to be here today. He's got a lot of inspections on the go and had some meetings and such. So as per Kirk's budget, his revenue includes zoning certificates, building, plumbing, septic permits, and everything's well underway for this year. His expenses are underspent, and that's due to, as you see, the under the expense section, the inspection and contracts, which is what we pay for Kirk's services. And because they had less staff out there for 2021, we then haven't been paying that portion of the contract. So we are looking at some savings there due to the changes in the agreement. So we'll see how the end of the year fares out on that. And certainly with, if there is funds left over, we would need to set them aside depending on what happens with your new CBO department. But we would have something to work with there, hopefully. Okay, and property standards budget. So the property standards budget, we haven't had a whole lot of revenue at this point come in, and due to a variety of reasons, and the expenses are also underspent there. And Kirk has noted that they're waiting on a court date for some legal issues, and he's expecting that will cost $5,000 before the end of the year. Okay. Okay, so now I'm going to turn it.
Donna, I'm just wondering before we go any further, it's 10:30 now. We're halfway through the morning. If anybody wanted a 5-minute break before we continue on.
Yep.
Thank you very kindly. We're just going to take a 5-minute break.
I'm just going to.
Yep. Yep.
Certainly. Thank you.
So Don, I just want to move
Yeah, but you have no idea how much
no, exactly. That's what I mean. Yeah, but we still got leeway.
Yes, so he expects it to be $5,000, but it could be less, could be more.
Yeah.
So, and I don't even know what it's about.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, and also in the one just before there, you were saying you're trying to get the 9,000. No, this is
Oh yeah,
the 9,000 to get that. But you're saying that the line streams are next year already for the pensions or whatever. Like how is it funding from the province? So now we're especially it's going to start to get something there.
Well, no, like this, no, like we had 5 left at the end of this, but then I got $10,000 worth of bills for security already, so that's eating that.
Yeah, that's what I'm coming at.
Oh, yeah, so
Right now.
yes, that's right, on regular expenses, like it'll just get posted through the different arenas as an expense. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good, appreciate it.
Okay.
So the way it works now is we have 2 sites. And we apply for here and the guys when they're on scene have to be on the right channel to be able to communicate and to dispatch. So this new system will be similar where it's the 2 sites. But you don't have to change channels all the time because the 2 sites are going to talk to each other with the microwave system. So then there's no worry on about what channel. Yep. So you guys, right. He's there. So media's there. That's right. So I guess because there's times where they're at a call and none of them and if they're on the wrong channel, it won't get them. So it's very static. Everybody has to repeat themselves. I don't make the rule. Because they in the chair. Not when you're on the ground. We hear it more just in the station. No, but we hear a lot of static on the radio because this through the day, like when I'm in the fire hall, for me, you hear a lot of static on the radio. That might be the cause. I said to John Scare, and I said this to you, I said this to anybody who wants to listen. I personally don't believe that I've done anything wrong in the sense of the decisions that I've made. I don't think at the end of the day, there's something that's for future. Yeah. No, once we get this truck in place, then a couple of years, well, it's good for a couple of years. And I don't go searching for, what drives the price up? I don't know. It all has to be tested to a certain extent. I would never testing things that they so that turns out cost. Now I know. Because you look at an SCBA package.
Just got your thing, so it's all good. It's all good.
You wonder why it costs $10.
Yeah, I got it and I just came back.
Because of all the testing. Exactly. That's why we do that.
I don't.
Yes. So they paid for 2 and we paid for 2. I'll mention. Actually, they are.
Oh, that's
I know. Do you want to sit there now, or do you want to stand?
Yeah, so I thought,
Yes, that was perfect. That's exactly what we did.
Okay, good. I was like,
that's it.
well, and then now they're
I'm trying to get on the good side.
A lifesaver, yeah, that's what we are, a lifesaver.
And just for you, sir.
Oh, thanks, Paul.
We'll see if it works or not.
Yes.
See if it works.
Yeah.
Hey, do I look fine?
Sure, you got it.
Oh, why do you have this on? Fine. Handle that.
Yeah.
You eat mince, don't you? I see you stubbing a piece of gum in every now and then or something, don't you? At least I hope that's what it is. I don't, yeah, well, I didn't say that.
No, that's the chewing tobacco.
You gotta have some fun sometimes, if you get too serious.
Okay, I want to thank everybody for their patience. And we have the fire department up next. Donna, take it back over.
Okay, so our fire chief Marty is here, and so if you, can you hit the lights here first? Oh, here.
The light man's over here.
Great, thank you so much. So, as I said, our fire chief Marty is here, and so he's going to take it away on the fire department highlights.
So, just basically highlighting the areas that are either over or under within the budget. The revenue, we did receive a $4,000 donation from Green's Meat Market, which wasn't budgeted. It was a nice little donation. The money was used to purchase 2 defibrillators. We purchased 4 in total because we have 2 at each station. So they paid for 2 and we paid for 2. Our old defibrillators were over 10 years old, and they weren't compatible with the county anymore, the ambulance crews. So we had to upgrade.
So just Reeve, just on that, I wondered, because of that, has anybody from the municipality or yourself or anybody submitted a letter to Green Meat Market thanking them for that generous donation? Has anybody done that?
So there'll be a picture. It just happened.
Yeah, I've seen that there's some social media discussion on.
And there'll be a picture in the paper, and then we'll follow up with a definitely thing.
I just want to make sure that from either the council or staff, we get something out to them that's a thankless request, because obviously that was definitely a need, and they decided.
Do you prefer it come from myself or from?
I personally don't. I honestly don't personally care who it comes from. I mean, the fire department has been intimately involved in these discussions. It went to them. I mean, I'm fine with it going from you, Chief, but I mean, Reeve, I don't care. I just think we need to do something. I mean, it's just to say thank you is not one thing, but I mean, having that recognition and sending them something officially from the municipality, I think is important as well.
Yeah, I'll follow up with that to say that it will be the council that will give them a thank you through the... Go ahead, please.
Yeah, through you. To everybody, I just wanted to say, follow up on that, is kudos to Greens for this donation after all that they went through this year. So
They hosted a separate barbecue when they did their grand opening, and that's where the funds came from. So they didn't quite get 4,000 in donation, but they topped it up. So very nicely. Yes. Okay, continuing on, user fees, the fire calls cost recovery that we get from Fire Marquee. We did have a large claim that was paid, so we're over on that, which is a good thing, so it's extra revenue. Now the good news is the expenditures. So the wages, the fire calls, I'm showing you to the end of August on this, and everything seems to be fairly in line with what was budgeted. As you can see, the only one that's really over is Century Hearing. We did have a lot of calls early in the year that happened in Century Hearing, and the nice thing about our agreement is each municipality pays for their own calls, so we don't absorb calls that are in somebody else's municipality. So that's the nice thing about the new agreement. Clothing, uniforms, bunker gear, we budgeted $25,000 for that, and we're sitting at just over 30,000 on that. We did have to buy some extra bunker gear for new firefighters. We tried to put them in the used gear, but they wouldn't fit. We have some tall firefighters. So you have to get stuff that fits properly. We continue to update the clothing as well. There's still some uniform shirts and stuff out there with the old crest on it. They'll all be updated to the new crest. So those, that's where those extra expenses have come in. Training, travel, workshops, just as all other departments, we're down on that. We budgeted $5,000 for that, and we're sitting at about 500 spent for that right now. We are doing some weekend training, and we feed them during that training, so some of those expenses will be taken out of that. So there will be some more taken out of that $5,000. The inspections contracts and the fire dispatch contracts are both showing about 50% spent right now. That's because it's only showing 2 quarters of payments that have been posted. We will be receiving, if we haven't already received the 3rd quarter, it's probably already posted. So those are on track. Both accounts are on track, so they'll be good. Equipment repair and maintenance, I believe I had to mention this last year as well. We've come into some unforeseen expenses on ladder 2 truck. We had the rear axle and the main cylinder for the bucket for the ladder. Had to have some major repairs done to it. So hopefully we're out of the woods with that truck and everything's good. It's been running okay. It's been running well since we've got it back, so that's good. We do have to budget for tires in the new year. The rear end, because of the axles, was kind of out of whack a little bit, so it wore the tires, the rear tires out, so we have to replace those. So we're not too bad in that. We budgeted $35,000. We're sitting at $38,800 right now, spent with 1 quarter to go. So we'll try and keep our maintenance down, but as you know, it's unforeseen, and we do need to keep our trucks maintained. Public education, a little bit over, not too much. We did participate, because we can't do the open houses and the meeting the public one-on-one in schools and all that. We put a little extra money into this program. Staten's Home Hardware is going to be handing out reusable bags. So we did advertise on that, and I've included what the ad will look like on the bag. Just a little reminder, a fire safety reminder. So that's the fire department portion. The Wingham and Blythe stations, separate. Again, those accounts are showing about 50% spent. And again, not all expenditures have been posted. So it's looking to be on target with those as well. The FPO in North Huron budget, again on target for 2021. Everything seems to be in pretty good shape. So overall, the budget looks to be relatively on target and within budget for this year. I do want to mention we do have the vacation pay, as you know, payout to the firefighters. That will be coming in the next probably couple weeks. So that could bump us a little bit on the wages part. But as I've mentioned before, we do have some reserves, operational reserves, that will cover that expense.
Thank you very much. Questions? Go ahead, Trevor.
One question about, so the used gear that you can't use, or that you couldn't use, is that something that is re-looked at for other uses in the department, or is that something that you can look at other municipalities, or like, I mean, I don't know how interchangeable this stuff is, and I don't know what the regulations are from a sharing perspective. The fact that it is a uniform, and in essence, so
we keep it. We keep it, and if we can use it, we do use it. The gear has a lifespan of 10 years.
Right.
So anything over 10 years, then we can't use it.
Okay.
Due to the regulations. So then it's either donated or thrown out, depending on its shape. But the used stuff that we do have, it does get used if we can, if it fits the people. And there's often times where they wash their own gear, and some of the firefighters will use that used stuff while theirs is drying.
Okay.
So it's always good to have some spares around.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin.
Through your, this is as much to Marty as it is to council. To keep in mind, we originally or earlier talked about with our fees schedules on development paying for development. I know she's having maintenance issues there with the ladder too. Just to keep in mind now, you talk about a piece of equipment that was originally bought when you didn't think really might not needed a ladder here, but if this municipality is going to go forward and is looking at putting up 5-story buildings, I'm going to say you're not going to climb up a ladder 5 stories, a wooden or aluminum ladder. So it becomes a piece of equipment that might be needed to be considered as an essential piece going forward. And I don't know whether that, if that could be fitted into that schedule to take into consideration emergency services as well as infrastructure.
Thoughts on that?
Yeah, that is a good point. When we start putting up larger buildings, the ladder's a specialized piece of equipment and very needed, much needed in those cases. The issue with the replacement cost of those things, they're $2 million plus for replacement of these vehicles. So that's something that we'd have to look at the development charges, fees, and see if there's avenues that we can get some revenue back on that as well. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Chris. What's its reach?
100 feet.
So it's 4 large floors actually the building we're talking about. 4 11s. So it should fit.
Yeah. There's not too many over 100 feet. You get them over that, then they become unstabilized. You get them stretched out too far.
So would you ever think of going to a bucket truck instead? Not knowing anything about fire service.
It's just it's just one of the options that you can get. Yeah. The bucket truck is nice.
Yep.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Trevor.
So again, I completely concur with Councillor Faulkner in the sense that we need to look at all options of how we finance these types of things. The one thing about development charges it's got to be for the purpose of growth. So I mean, the question, in our development charges currently right now, there is some type of fire part in there. I don't know exactly what exactly is the part in the capital. I mean, the part is that if you needed to buy a separate truck because of that development, then that would be something that would be potentially for development charges. The fact of that you're just replacing an existing piece of equipment, that's probably not going to fall under development charges per se. Where we're talking about here is that in new development and new in increased taxation on these residentials, is that we're going to have to start talking about these infrastructure things that we're going to have when we get this new revenue or substantial revenue, whenever we get it. I mean, those are the conversations that we need to talk about as these fleet replacements become more and more apparent. Now, obviously, at $2 million, you're not just going to go and pull that out of your pocket and go. And I'm suspecting that's a specialized piece of equipment. In anything in the fire that we've been talking about, you're looking at 9 to 10 to 12 months to get it. So I mean, you're not going down to the corner store and picking that up. So I mean, from a development charges perspective, I completely concur that if it's something that we can finalize and understand that we need from a fire department perspective that relates to development charges, we need to make sure that we're incorporating those types of things. But if it's replacing an existing piece of equipment that we have a ladder truck, we already have buildings in the municipality right now that require that ladder truck. All you have to do is look down Main Street here in Wingham, and I suspect if you looked down the Main Street in Blythe, it's the same thing. I mean, it's the same conversation. So, I mean, arguably, development charges may or may not be affected here.
Okay, go ahead, Anita.
Yeah, thank you, briefly. It might be a hard sell too, because they probably have to put a fire suppression system in there in the higher building, so it's quite tricky. But I totally agree with you. We have to find ways to find more money for stuff like this.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Thank you, Marty. Appreciate it.
Call upon Public Works Director Jamie McCarthy.
So this is a review of the third quarter for Public Works. And on your presentation, it shows all of the different areas that Public Works takes care of. Overall, we are at, we're on budget for third quarter, and I will go through the slides with you. So for Public Works roads, this cost center includes the urban, rural roads, roadside ditches and culverts, sidewalks and parking, winter control and special events. We're sitting there at close to 70% of our budget used. Winter, it depends on the weather and what happens, whether or not we'll hit that or stay in our budget. Next slide.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Just,
go ahead,
I just wanted to ask a question. Typically, Jamie, remind me, when do we usually, in essence, for budgeting purposes, when do we usually consider winter control in the budgets? Like, are you looking? Is it more budgeted towards November, December, or is it really started in October? I'm just wondering from a thought process, from an assumption perspective.
So what I look at is January, February, and then November, December is usually the roughest months for winter control, and that would depend on what's occurring, and then also in the spring months when there's a lot of rain, there might be issues with the cold weather or the gravel roads, and then the rain. So
thank you.
Kevin?
That's where you're, Jamie. What's the end date for the budget? Like, is November, December in last year's? Like, is that already in this?
No, that would have been the 2020 budget. This one goes right until December 31st, 2021.
So just to clarify then, so it's a fiscal year, so her budget would have covered January, February, and into March of 2021, and then she would have been budgeting for November, December of 2021. So even though those season covers 2 years, she budgets for, and we all budget for the actual fiscal year. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted to know.
Okay. Street lights, those are fairly on track as well. I know there was some fluctuations in the budgets in the previous years due to the conversion to LEDs in all of the hamlets and urban areas in North Huron. Right now, we're at almost 70% of our budget used. So airport, our budget is again on track, and hopefully come this year, that will be the last year that we're at the airport. So there is, you'll see in the revenue slide where it is a lot lower than what is targeted for the year, but again, we don't usually get our rent revenue from the farmer that that farms the property until closer to the end of the year.
Jamie, if you don't mind me asking, $76,178, I thought the airport was closed. How do we manage to spend that kind of money?
To answer your question, Reed Bailey, we still need to plow the helipad, the parking lots. We still pay for the bills at the airport, so there's electricity. I can't remember the heating. I think it's electrical heating as well. And we're also cutting grass, so some of those wages are some of that money is wages, as well as dealing with contracts that were required in order to move forward with the sale, the purchase and sale for the airport.
Thank you very kindly.
So water and wastewater. So these are the water and sanitary budgets for both Blythe and Wingham, incorporated into each section. So the water's a little bit below the 75% target. It's sitting at 64, and sanitary is at 68% there of the budget. Waste management, we have not, that one also again is below the 75% targeted. It's sitting there at almost 61. This budget includes the Blythe Hullet landfill site, as well as the East Wawanosh closed, and the Wingham landfill site as well. The stormwater management, that one is slightly higher than what was budgeted. We were able to, there was a few more culverts changed out in Belgrave prior to the paving there in the hamlet. So the guys changed out needed culverts that we didn't want to come back to replace in the future and cut up the road. As well, there was the catch basin cleaning that occurred in both Wingham and Blythe. The cemetery, Donna has touched on this earlier in the presentation. Right now we're below the 75% target again. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For both the Blythe and the Wingham cemeteries, and the revenue does look higher than what was expected, but Donna hasn't moved the perpetual care around in the budget, and that won't happen until year end.
Just go ahead, Anita.
Yes, Jimmy, the cemetery in Belgrave, is that a privately owned cemetery, or is
Through Reed Bailey to Councilor Henderson, yes, I believe it is a private or some type of board cemetery. I know very little about it.
Yeah, we don't have anything to do with it.
We don't have it.
Oh, thank you.
So I just have a couple of quick questions that were brought to me. During burials this year, we do not intern the people on Saturday afternoons, and I thought we always had. It was a nice sunny day. It's been brought to my attention that we are one of the few communities that don't, and then I guess you guys do it on Monday, but if you've got family coming from Coburn, It would have been nice if they could have buried their mother on a Saturday. Can you give me an update on that? Like, if we never on the weekends, or can you just fill me in on that? Yeah.
To answer your question, Bailey, the cemetery's always been open. Well, from the past update of the cemetery bylaw, which I believe was in 2018. I can't remember the exact year, but it was discussed with all the funeral homes and with staff, and the cemetery is open from 9 until noon on Saturdays, so you can perform a burial during Saturdays. But it was agreed that past noon, then we would not operate both the cemeteries.
I'd like to see that come before council for a conversation at some time, Jamie, if you don't mind. I think if you're burying somebody at 1 or 2 o'clock on a nice sunny day, I think we should be almost obligated to take care of that. But if council doesn't mind, that can come back for a discussion at another time. Thank you. Could I have a motion? I'd like to see I'll put a motion forward that we have a conversation about the time that burials can, I'm not sure how to properly put it, Carson, if you could help me.
So if I'm understanding your request correctly, it would be something along the lines of that the council of the Township of North Huron hereby directs staff to prepare a follow-up report reviewing timelines for burials at the Wingham and Wise cemeteries.
Thank you very kindly. I'll move that. Chris will second that. Yeah. Questions, comments? Not seeing any. All in favor? Carries. Thank you.
So in front of you is the parks budget. This one is right on target. We had 4 students this summer, which we were very grateful in the Public Works Department to have those students come and assist our guys with weed eating, as well as mowing all the green spaces in the township. They were of great assistance to us. The parks operations for lawn mowing and whatnot is winding down. So I forecast that we won't hit budget this year, but that's we haven't gotten all our invoices in for everything that we do out in the parks, but it's looking promising. There we go. So this is my last slide, and it goes through the departmental revenue for the Public Works Department. Waste management, we're pretty close to target for the year. Sanitary, again, it is quite high, but and we've been actually very busy at the cemetery this past spring, summer, and fall. The guys are constantly working, but that again takes into account all of the sales for plots and the columbarium, but not the perpetual care that Donna still has to pull from the revenue. And the airport, again, the actual is only $15,000, but that is due to the township not receiving the rental fee from the farmer until closer to the end of the year. So that will increase, but not until you're in there.
Thank you very much, Jamie. Questions, comments, concerns for Jamie? Go ahead, Trevor.
Jamie, remind me, does the revenue or does the budget, are we doing the wood lot at the airport?
Yes, that is, yeah.
So in the budget revenue, there's a wood lot harvesting at the airport in 2021 or no?
Through Reed Bailey to Deputy Reed said no.
That would be budgeted in 2022?
No, I just, in my report, I just placed that any revenue coming from the sale of the wood lot would be going to reserves. So it wasn't allocated in the revenue for the airport.
Okay.
Anyone else? Not seeing any. Thank you very kindly, Jamie.
Thank you, Jamie. So next we'll call upon Vicki. for the child services.
Good morning, Council. So again, as we're going through, this is a third quarter review for operations, and before you now is the Children's Services, which includes all of the programs and locations for child care services. Includes the main center, as well as Sacred Heart and before and after program at Mainland River, and so on in the early on program and things. Just doing the review of the current situation. We are at a deficit, an overall deficit of the $38,299. But that's for all programs and services. As you can see, as in the past when Val Watson has reported, we have the satellite locations tend to do well in generating the revenue because of the age of the children and the staff ratio, so they can have more children involved and not as many staff and things. So again, that's been taken into consideration here, and we are again at a deficit right now of $38,000.
Any questions? I'm going to ask you one, Gene. Sorry. So when we have a deficit here, we all know that there are folks from all around North Huron as well as North Huron folks that use this. All users pay user fees. When we have a $38,299 deficit like this, do all the users from all around us as well as North Huron pay this deficit, or does this fall directly on the shoulders of the North Huron community?
This deficit would fall on the shoulders of the North Huron community as a ratepayer.
Yes. So we don't really want to get into a 2-hour discussion, but then really from a business point of view, if you have a $38,299 debt at the end of your operation, whether it be farming or what it is, you have to look around and see how you can take care of that, which would mean you would want everybody to pay their equal share to take care of that debt, if not by taxes, by higher user fees for people that are not in North Huron, because North Huron is paying $38,299 deficit when it's everybody using it. So I just want to point that out, and we'll move on, or if there's any questions or comments. We'll start with Anita first, and then we'll go to Chris.
Thank you, Reeve Daly. Vicky, your revenue, is that the user pay fees, is that revenue from the county? From where does the revenue all come from? Yeah. So the county provides us with a number of different grants, including, just off the top of my head, they give us an operating grant, there's a wage subsidy grant, they also fully fund one of the programs, so it's a variety of things, but that would include that revenue.
Okay.
On the slide that was just following this one, you may note that Trish had put together a list of just some comments for you to take into consideration, and I should point out that child care services is still working under the COVID restrictions. So we've had to change our operations to meet those restrictions, and we are still operating in cohorts, which has affected our ability it limits our ability to have children in the classrooms. Thanks.
Just before we go any further, Chris, Councillor Palmer has his hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Reeve. Through you. Yeah, when I see a deficit, doesn't matter what kind of business you're in, I want to know why, where to come from. You know, And the answer is the next slide, that you just couldn't fill the spaces. If you had filled the spaces under a normal year, that would be a different number, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Probably a negative, like an income. So that's how I look at that. We have to look at this 38 as a one-timer, and next year it'll be different, and hopefully we can put more kids through the system.
Go ahead,
Through
Vicki.
you, Your Worship. So, just on that second bullet point there, we're still in COVID, so again, we are under restrictions. So, as Trish has indicated, we did not reopen the childcare spaces at Sacred Heart School, called Early Learning, until mid-April. So, there was a period of time in there we weren't able to generate revenue as well.
So Vicki, just before we go any further, I think I had 3 guys waiting to go. We're going to start with Paul.
Yes, through you, Reed. I'm just curious on the main building. It has a cost of $26K there, just about for 27. What building is that? Like
Through you, Worship, the main building is the daycare building itself. The daycare building itself. So,
down by the park.
Yeah, but I mean, what would that 26,000 be from?
Represent. So the building budget would represent cost to operate. So it'd be your heat, your hydro, things like that,
okay.
For just the operation of the building. Whereas when you see the main center would include your staff wages, like it's more of your programming type of thing.
Okay, follow up to, and with this type of a year that we've had lately, because I remember last year, 2 years ago around, we're talking about we had 300 and some K in the extra, so this is a different type of a year, I believe, that from not being able to utilize all parts of our program. Thank you.
Kevin?
Well, through you, this question probably might be to Dwayne more than Vicki. Do our municipal neighbors, do they request and are granted any of the Huron County child care money as we are? Do they ask for that too?
To support our facilities?
Yeah, like I just wonder if because we do.
Through your worship, the fund, you only receive funding if you're running a child care service. So they don't receive funding if they don't have the child care service. If they're not providing the service, they don't receive the money from Huron County.
But they receive the service through North Huron.
Through your worship. So Huron County does not distinguish. It's not based on so much money goes to Central Huron, so much. It's not based like that. It's based on where the location of the child care center is, and they don't distinguish between non-residents or residents. It's based on spaces, the number of spaces that you have.
So a child from outside the municipality gets exactly the same funding as a child from inside, from North, or from North.
Through your worship, I may have to look into that a little bit further, because I know there was some discussions at the beginning of the year with Huron County and on whether or not they were going to be able to increase the funding to cover off on the non-resident fees. So I would need to look into that further. But I'm pretty sure that type of funding, though, it's based on income, and would have, it would depend on the income and as to how much of the non-resident fees would be recouped.
Anyone else? Yeah, sorry about that.
So it should not be a surprise that the main center is at a deficit. It should not be a surprise. The main center runs at a deficit every year. It's due to regulations as it relates to rat ratios and those types of things that are required by law, by mandate, by the province. It should not be a surprise. We talked about this before. people in the infant room, you have 3 people for 4 kids. That's a lot. We're charging $45 or $50 a day. In the city, they're charging $75 and $80 a day per kid. I mean, their rules in the City of London are no different than the rules in the municipality of North Huron. As Councillor Palmer has indicated, yes, some of the issue is the fact that we are 60 to 65% not full because of COVID. But also, I don't know that we would be full even without COVID, because we can't get staff. So I mean, it's a double-edged sword in the sense of those types of things. I mean, it is a service that we have to offer. As Councillor Heffer has mentioned, we've had significant years where we've had certain surpluses. Well, those surpluses are due to Huron County providing significant funding to the child care services. Should we expect that every year? Absolutely not. I mean, we always have to look at, from an operations perspective, what our fees are. I mean, that's a departmental business. That's a user pay fee system. But we also need to look at it from an overall, and I think what we've talked about, and even when the previous manager of child care services was here, she looked at the user fee pay system as a combined approach to the whole service. She did not look at the main center and say, at the main center, we're going to charge whatever to make a surplus, because we know we're getting a surplus in these other options because of the ratios. That's a decision that she made as it relates, and I mean, council needs to establish whether that's really what they want to see from a child care services. That's what's been done in the past. That's what's been currently done as it relates right now. So, I mean, the main center should not be a surprise. Like, I mean, it shouldn't be a surprise to anybody here. And the argument is yes, that 38,000 falls to the municipality, to the ratepayers of North Huron. But if we didn't have those other programs, like before and after school, Sacred Heart, we would be pushing 80,000. I mean, you gotta look at the positives and negatives of this discussion. And I mean, the whole conversation about user fees and rates and non-resident residents, that's a totally separate discussion that for another, when that fee bylaw comes up, and probably actually we're gonna be talking about it in the next section. That's, to me, what a discussion needs to be, but we can't alter our thought process as to understand that COVID has had a restriction of this, but also the labor market isn't helping us in that sense either. So we have to take it as do we think it's going to be a one-time thing, as Councillor Palmer indicated? I would suspect it's not. I think you're going to see COVID restrictions in the daycare setting, in my mind, all through 2022. You may see them relaxed in 2023, but I think 2022 you're going to see status quo from the COVID restrictions, because they're really concerned about, until a vaccine is produced and either delivered, I don't think you're going to see the relaxation of those COVID restrictions until that happens.
Go ahead, Vicki.
So just through you, Your Worship, just follow up to Councillor Sype. What I've been reading in the educations are that we will still be dealing with restrictions in 2022. That's for sure. I'm sure many of us have read different articles and things that, you know, there's this variant, that variant coming out, but right now they're trying to get a vaccine in place for our children and things, and that's not quite there. So I would agree with Councillor Sype that in the daycare setting or the child care services setting, we're certainly going to be looking at those restrictions at least through 2022 until something can be done for the children, I think, too. I think that would be realistic in thinking that.
So just before we move on, I just want to add a personal comment and where I'm coming from. So I'm not interested in seeing the price of daycare go up. I was a single father. I had 2 children in that daycare. And I want to thank the staff for the 2 beautiful children and the 2 beautiful adults they turned out to be. Because it would have been too much for me, because I had a big business, I had too much going on. I was not expecting the loss of my wife. So it's not about putting the price up, but it is about everybody paying their fair share. What I am pointing out is that I don't want the cost to go up, but we have other municipalities, not just one, other municipalities that are using our center. The burden should not fall on the North Huron ratepayers, because as a single father with 2 children, I had to pay taxes too for my house and my businesses. So all I'm suggesting is, and I don't understand why the city councilors of North Huron don't understand that North Huron cannot afford to continually pay the bills for all other municipalities. In a pleasant, nice way, I would appreciate if other municipalities that know they're using our services would help us pay the over cost. It's just that simple. Thank you very kindly. Let's just move on.
Through your worship, I'd like to just point out something that when looking at programming, for instance, we strive as a department to recoup our costs for our programming, whether it be recreation or child care services and things, and that's usually what we strive to do. We set our rates based on that. In terms of building operations, though, some of those costs, they're hard costs, and we have those costs regardless of whether or not we're running programs in them. I mean, you're certainly going to see in our budget, and I think we experienced it too last year with so many closures and stuff, the municipality still had hard costs for the operations of the building. The previous councils have made the decision to have these buildings, and so, those costs are almost, I don't want to say acceptable, but to be expected for the provision of those services. So it's no different than the cost of the town hall building here. And things that we have the asset, there are operational costs associated with that asset. So, do we need to add more on? Yes. Yes. Yeah. So moving on to recreation and stuff, we've provided an overview there of the campground and the trailer park. As depicted there, we are certainly have brought in more revenue than what we had anticipated. This is largely due to there was a large ball tournament that was down in Blythe. You may recall that we brought that forward to council for approval. That for that ball tournament, it brought in a number of campers to use the grounds there. There was also some usage from the Blythe Theater, Festival Theater, and the new amphitheater, which would have helped with that. The Threshers did run a small event. They didn't run a large event, so they only had like I think it was 3 or 4 hours during the day, kind of a drive-through event for attendees or patrons to attend and things, so it wasn't quite full scale. But we did, the year-to-date and our total budget, we have exceeded that at this point. Again, we have not received all of the bills as of yet, because we're still, cutting grass and maintaining everything down there. And so we're sitting just slightly above above budget for expenses and things. So, and then Jamie had actually, I believe, covered off on the trailer parks, so we can kind of lump them together just from history and things. So it's not a huge portion of this information at all.
I'm not seeing any hands. So.
Pardon?
I'm not seeing any hands. So.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So moving on, we have programming. So aquatics, fitness, and recreation programming. Certainly our revenue is down and our expenses are down. This is largely due from the fact that we have been closed for most of the year. Council may recall we were, by provincial order, we were closed in December. And then they allowed us to reopen for a couple of weeks in March, and then the province closed us again. And so we weren't able to really start to open up until August. And we did kind of a soft opening to get people back in the building so that we could lead into our September session, which is the fall programming session. So, you know, certainly the revenue is down due to program cancellations, facility closures. I mean, it's certainly going to reflect that there were no ice rentals. And something I wanted to point out too that Donna touched on previously about the hydro bills. I think so. We took the ice out in January last year. Ice is a huge expense for the operation of facilities. So there was no hydro, that type of hydro bills related to ice did not exist in 2021 for January, February, March, up to the beginning of February. And then due to the staffing level that we had, you may recall as well, we postponed the installation of ice in Wingham to October 1st. That also generated cost savings as well in terms of hydro. And then Recreation Administration seems to be kind of on target with what we had planned. We're certainly, our revenue basically consists of the money that was transferred from reserves to cover off on the master plan. So as you can see, we're partway through that project there and things, but our expenses cover, you know, whether it's the paper supplies, it's the contract for maintaining our computers, it's staffing, it's all of these things combined, training and things like that, and going forward. So that is reflected in there, and the cost of the master plan is reflected in there. We did, in terms of the rec guide, because we weren't open, we didn't have the programming and things like that, the costs, there were no costs for that as well. But there also wasn't any revenue because we do generate some revenue when we produce that booklet. And we did have staff layoffs, part-time staff layoffs, if you may recall, at the beginning of the year as well. And then also due to COVID, the training that we had planned, like other departments, was not participated in things. It took a little while for our provincial associations to kind of get the virtual programming going, develop the programs and get that going. In terms of community centers, as you can see, we are under budget in revenue, we are under budget in expenses. Community centers, it includes like your operating costs of your buildings and things, so the Blythe District Community Center, the West Cast facility and things like that. It also reflects that the Columbus Center expenses are significantly under budget in comparison to what we had budgeted. Again, revenue and expenses are all under budget due to COVID regulations and not being able to operate the facilities and the programming and things. So, yes, and again, as I mentioned before, ice installation was also delayed in Wingham until late September. That did significantly reduce our expenses, and I will be bringing a report forward to council next month regarding that, because it was also, it's allowed us to become a bit more efficient in getting the ice installed. We can get it installed more quickly. It doesn't take as long of a time period, and as well, there's less issues. We don't have the drips that have to be dealt with, you know, when we have really extreme warm temperatures outside and then the cold inside, and that requires ice maintenance because it's a liability issue. So that has certainly been, was certainly helpful. So we were quite pleased with that and thought that was a good step that we've taken.
Any questions from council? Go ahead, Trevor.
Yeah, Vicky, I guess my question is that knowing what we budgeted versus knowing, and I'm not looking at revenue and expenses independently. I'm looking at the net, because that really is the cost to the taxpayer. Do we anticipate, I'm looking at community center as one of the ones that is significant, because obviously the total budget is almost $1 million net, but we're only like half of that. My question is that are we going to see, should we be seeing surpluses from our budget ultimately relating to the cost of these net costs, these community center and the rec side of our budget? Should we be seeing a better relationship to our budget as it relates to how much cost associated in the North Huron taxpayer?
So through you, your worship, I am anticipating a surplus this year. We do, keeping that in mind, we do have a lot of capital costs that need to be undertaken, like replacement of equipment and things. So I'm hoping that we will be able to transfer that into reserves for that, because both facilities are aging and things. But also keep in mind that the report in front of you is up to September 30th, and as Donna indicated earlier, we don't have the bills in for really September, like the September hydro bill and things, and when the ice goes in at both facilities, our costs go up considerably. So I'm anticipating some surplus, but it's hard to say right now what that surplus will be with the ice going in at this point, because we traditionally put it in and had it in for the beginning of September.
Yeah, and I guess ultimately, I look at this as and this is not it's not a concern from a perspective overall, but I mean, this is where I think we as council, and we, at least from my perspective, I'm not going to speak for the rest of the council, but looking at year to date compared to the budget, in my mind, is a point in time, is a snapshot of where we think we're going to be. I personally would rather see, based on the information that you as managers have, where we think we're going to end up in December. Because then that allows us to understand going forward, when we come to our first round of our budget, now, it's not going to be rocket in stone. I'm just saying we have an idea. So now, from between now and November, council can think about, if we're going to have these surpluses to what we budgeted. Now we need to communicate to the residents that, we're going to put some of this money. Yes, you've paid for it as a ratepayer. We're going to take some of that money and use it to supply our capital infrastructure, stuff like that. As opposed to this, point in time, and you get the same old answer. Well, the hydro bill isn't in, and this isn't in, and this isn't in. And I mean, understandably, we know that. But I mean, if no manager should be put to rock solid that says this forecasted year to date or forecasted December, based on the information you know now, where you think, because there's unforeseen things that happen. But I, in my opinion, think if we had that information rather than the year to date, to me that allows council the opportunity to ask questions. Because if somebody thought the year to date December was going to be significantly higher than budget, well, that's going to bring another question. That's going to bring another conversation as to how we deal with that. But I think from my perspective, the year to date is a snapshot. And I think if we had a forecast of what December looked like at this meeting, to me that would give council more time to talk about in their own minds and research information as to how they want the strategy for their budget session to go in November. it might alleviate some of the more questions or less questions, because they've already had a chance to talk about, oh, we know where we think we're going to end up. And I mean, I don't think we're going to be 200 and 300,000 out. I think we're going to be 50 and 25 to 50. You guys have enough knowledge and information from history and all that stuff that you have to get that information. I think that would be more I'm just looking at it because it would be more beneficial to council in the future budget deliberation discussions than it is a year-to-date discussion. So, I mean, it's not a shot at what we're talking about here. I think it's just evolving to where we get to, so that council not only gets the first thing in November and they go, oh, well, that's different than what we just talked about a month ago because we were talking about year-to-date stuff and now more information. But if we already had a projection, now we're there. Now we're at least we're a little more closer to what the end discussion is going to be.
I would kind of follow that up with, yeah, if you could do like actuals, for instance. We don't know winter maintenance, we don't know what's coming, but if you could do compared to previous actuals, I think would help. And I understand COVID's here, and it's going to affect us for a long time, so we may as well just get used to it, guys. Things aren't going to be the numbers they used to be. But I'm a big component of going back to actuals for 3 years and then comparison, and that's when I was in management positions doing the type of job you guys are doing, and that gave me a better feeling moving forward, as Trevor said, rather than because you know, it's your ball game. But yeah, we don't want to have a meeting in 3 months and find out we're $500,000 out, because none of us know what are going to happen, but we could go by actuals. Any other comments from any other councillors? Go ahead, Vicki.
So, Don, and I just kind of briefly wanted to point out too, is that keep in mind with the community center's budget, the security costs are yet to come. And that's a COVID-related expense. And the money, like we've almost exhausted totally the COVID COVID funding that we received from the government, and I haven't heard anything about receiving funding for this vaccine checking and things. And so, you know, council's aware that's you know,
yeah. And I mean, Vicki, that is what, to me, if we had a forecast number rather than the year-to-date number, then you don't have to remind council that, oh, there's this cost and there's this cost that haven't got in. There's this. When you provide a forecast, you've taken into consideration all that. If come to the end of the year, that forecast was way out, now then you need to justify why it was way out, because you should have already had incorporated all those costs. Now again, if there's unforeseen circumstances, I'm saying one of the things is that. But what I look at it is this remembering to advise council that we've got a security discussion, we've got this discussion, we've got that discussion. Like, I mean, council's not, especially if they're verbal. I mean, if we all have busy lives, and about a week from today, we're all going to ask the same question, like, what do we, and then we have to revert back to the video, right? I mean, so this is a discussion where I'm seeing exactly that, because yeah, my question, because I forgot about the security discussion. So my question was to see where we are to get a future look, and then I got to remember, oh, there's going to be some more security stuff that's going to probably eat a lot of this out. So now it's a future discussion. So I mean, that's the conversation that I'm talking about.
And on top of that, staff have to, and council does understand, and staff have, we understand that we're in strange times. And we understand, especially myself, I truly understand the workload that my staff is under, because I'm a big part of it. And we create more work for you. So I do know it must get to the point where it's like, how is this ever going to end? The problem is, at the end of the day, we're dealing with the community's finances, and we're directly responsible for it. And we need to give you the resources to make it work. And at the same time, we need the resources to tell the community that this and this and this are happening, and we have it under control. So we do, I'm sure I speak for all of council when I say we do understand the stress levels and the amount of work you're going through, because everything we've added on top, we had this conversation with another person the other day, because we're doing all this, which is on top of the real job you were hired to do. So we do as a council understand that we really reached out and going in a lot of different directions. So don't think for a minute that that we're not there with you as a council. We're just trying to all work this together. Thank you. Somebody had their hand up. I think it will start with Anita and then back over to Chris.
Yes, this is just a question. Would it make any sense to have us send a letter to the government, county or the province, to make them aware of the financial strain the security because of the vaccine passports puts on us, and ask for support somehow? I know they're out of money, but it's just...
They're always out of money.
Yeah, show something this way, but...
Dwayne, I'm just going to...
I don't know if that is...
It wouldn't hurt. It definitely wouldn't hurt. I'm gonna revert back to my staff to answer that question, whether there's avenues we could use, other associations we could deal with.
You can write a letter on anything you want to advocate for, right? I'd recommend that if that's the direction council wants to go, you put it in a motion, and then we would pull it together, and based on who you want to send it to and what, like you've identified what you want to say, but that, you can advocate for anything, and there's avenues as long as you tell us who you want the letter to be sent to, right? And we will carry that out.
Indeed, I would suggest the county, the province, and the federal government. Okay. So, do you have an idea of how that will work?
So based on that, if you're wanting, we would send it to the county, and we would send it to like Premier Ford's office, and we would send it to Prime Minister Trudeau's office, right? If that's what you're looking for.
Yeah, and CC the local MPP and NP, so they don't get caught off guard up there. Can you put something together? Do you need to?
No, yeah, I can wordsmith something here.
So she's going to pass the motion. Who's going to second it? Oh, we'll wait for the motion to be read. Sorry. Imagine that, Bernie getting ahead of himself again. Teamwork, guys, teamwork. Go ahead, Vicki.
So, through your worship. Also, I've been looking at these numbers. I can see how it can be very concerning and stuff, but something I just came to mind too is that those numbers would have included the funding that we received through the ISIP grant program for the Dectron. And if you recall, when I brought through the tender for that, we asked that money would be transferred then into reserves. So that would still have to, okay.
Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, thank you, Reeve. Projecting ahead at this point, I can see it being somewhat useful under a normal year. You just have to look at the projected budget, because that's your answer under a normal year. But especially with the COVID thing going on, to ask our staff to try and do that, it'd be difficult. Plus, if it's wrong, our finger's going to be pointed. It's gonna cause a lot of undue stress. The hardest ones, I think, would be the recreation department, simply because you're dealing with arenas and all the activities, who wants to come, who doesn't, and then the child care, which is, how do we know? And the restrictions bother it. So I see it as difficult. If it's something that we are demanding, I'd better not be including finger pointing if something goes wrong, which is not, in this case, would be Vicky's fault, because you're asking for a projection. Very difficult. I think lots of notes as to what is not included and what's expected. That helps me. I think we should just keep it right down to what the actuals are at this point in time, because it's still giving us an idea. Well, it's to here. Well, it should apply to the next quarter. Do we want to add extra stress to our staff? That's what I'm asking.
Well, the other thing I might say too is your new director of finance who comes in might have other ideas they're bringing from other municipalities too, right? So, I mean, we as staff certainly hear the concerns of this, and we'll discuss it at SMT, I would say, and figure out what approach works best, but we certainly get the gist of what you guys are looking to get out of it and how we can provide you meaningful data.
And we do appreciate that. Do you have a motion,
Yep.
sir?
So Councilor Van Henderson, just let me know if this isn't aligned with what you're thinking, but right now the motion would read that the Council of the Township of North Huron hereby directs staff to prepare a letter advocating for financial assistance to offset the increased security costs incurred for checking proof of vaccination status, and further that Council directs staff to send the letter to Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, Premier Doug Ford, and County of Huron Warden Glenn McNeil.
Yes, and I would like our local.
Yeah, and we logistically do that anyway.
Anyways. Okay,
Yep.
thank you. Yes.
Seconder? I have Kevin seconding. Questions, comments, concerns? Go ahead, Trevor.
I think it's a great idea. I honestly do. I think what's going to happen is it's going into no man's land. It really probably will. Also, we as council provided options for the staff to provide that security. That is not a mandate by the government. So that's a decision we made to save our staff. So arguably the conversation there could be is it says, well, you decided to make that decision at a higher cost to your taxpayer than we are even warranted. So I mean, that's your decision. I mean, ultimately that's what how I see this playing out if we even get a response. So I mean, I just want to make sure that we're understanding. I think advocating for this type of stuff I think we did the right thing by saving our staff from this whole headache. I really truly believe that. But there is going to be some severe pushback from, possibly the province and the county and the federal government saying, you chose those decisions. Don't blame us for the decisions you've chosen.
I'll let you know if I hear it. Go ahead, Anita. When?
I hope we hear something back, but I certainly want to make them aware of the strain that they're putting staff under, and that has to be reflected in that letter as well, that there is, it is not just check and pass, it's just the abuse that staff gets from people who do not agree with any vaccination policy or whatever. It's staff that's getting it, and we don't want that. That's why we have security and bear costs from that.
Okay. Go ahead, Paul.
Yes, through you, Reeve. I thought we had discussed when we said we'd let them go ahead and do this for security till the money ran out. I thought that we had discussed that.
Vicki, do you remember?
Or am I wrong?
No, through your worship, the issue is we don't have the staff to man the doors to check it. That's the problem. So at that time when I brought that forward, there was discussion relative to, like, we've been under a staff shortage, as everyone knows. We do not have the staffing in place we are mandated to check the vaccines. We're mandated to do that. It's in the regulations, okay? But in terms of the security portion of it, either we hire staff to do it, we put it on that hire staff, or we do security. That's really the issue here, and maybe the motion should be
right.
that.
So I'm thinking that too. So if you take out the word security, right, to offset the increased costs incurred for checking proof of vaccination status. So if Councilor Van Henderson and Councilor Falconer, if you're both okay with that amendment, we'll make that amendment then.
Just before I call the, go ahead, Vicki.
Through your worship. So I do recall there was discussion that night about that until the money ran out, but I mean, the Director of Finance and I talked about this afterward. What are we supposed to do? Like, where the money is, it wasn't there. And this week I've been dealing with requests from the minor sports organizations and things. They're wanting security at their additional security or vaccine checkers at their games and things. And my response has been that they would need to provide, they would need to pay for that cost for the additional, to have two at a game. I don't think the municipality, the municipality does not have the funding to do that.
Kevin.
So many things in this conversation. The security portion of it was strictly for security the safety of the people that were doing the work. It was never, it's coming out sounding like that money is being used for, that the security is checking for these things. That was strictly for the safety of the people that were checking. It wasn't that we were hiring people to do the checking. That was never in that conversation.
So I'm going to follow up on that first.
So it was actually what ended up happening at that meeting. That was not the Director of Recreation's report. At the tail end of that report, I believe Deputy Reeve Sype had said we just want to make it clear that we should have security doing this so North Huron staff aren't subject to, I believe, abuse or something along those lines was the wording there. So there wasn't actually a motion passed on anything to do with the security at all, but staff took it as direction to use the COVID funds. What I would recommend is, if those COVID funds are running out or close to running out, something should probably come forward to council saying, what do you want to do now? Or, because how do you want to pay for this now? Right? Or do you still want to do that now? Here's the staffing constraints we have, right? So that council can make a formal decision on all of that.
So I can add to that just so everybody's aware. I was contacted by Ben Lobb's office. We had a complaint from parents that could not get into an arena and watch their children play hockey that were vaccinated. The parents weren't vaccinated, and the security guard wouldn't let them in, and the question was, why do you have security guard? And my answer was a little long, you might believe, but the gist of it is because those parents were yelling at the little kids that used to take the $2 because I go to hockey games too, and the little kids were scared, or the volunteers were scared. That's why they're there, because the very people that are complaining about it are the cause of them being there. The staff or volunteers should not, some 14-year-old kid collecting $2 that does not need to put up with that. And the people that aren't vaccinated, their rights stop where mine start. It's not a free-for-all on the other side. So that conversation already took place at a higher level. Anyway, we have a motion on the floor. If you don't mind reading it back, Carson. We have a mover.
Yep, so the motion on the floor is that the Council of the Township of North Huron hereby directs staff to prepare a letter advocating for financial assistance to offset the increased costs incurred for checking proof of vaccination status, and further that Council directs staff to send the letter to Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, Premier Doug Ford, and County of Huron Warden Glenn McNeil. So your mover is Councillor Van Hittersum and your seconder is Councillor Falconer.
All in favor? Carries. Sorry, Vicki.
Okay, so
thank you very much, Vicki.
You're welcome. So we'll call upon Dwayne now to finish up the economic development. Do you want to just go there, Dwayne, or do you want to?
Yeah, I can just, if it's one slide,
yeah.
So if it's okay with everyone, you're going to pull it up, Donna? Yeah. So from an economic development perspective, in terms of, there was 237 revenue, primarily in terms of reserves, and expenses, 367,925. So we're about 45% in terms of our expenditures. So we are underspent, but there are transfers from reserves that will occur depending on the project status. We touched on a little bit earlier, but just in terms of your expenses, in terms of the CIP program, there's 40,000 budgeted. We approved one application for approximately $10,000. So there's going to be, pending any further applications, of $30,000 sitting there of unspent funds. The thought here is that we would transfer that to reserves, bring that forward for 2022. And again, ECDEV had a discussion yesterday, and their recommendation is that 30,000 be increased to 40,000 in terms of the 2022 budget. So that's a conversation for later. In terms of advertising or promotion, it's of 21,500. It's just important to note that there's 15,000 of that money that is allocated to the Black Festival. So there's still 15,000 that to be forwarded or to be given to the festival. And that typically will occur later at the end of the year. In terms of Hutton Heights, as you're aware, that project is well underway. There's $36,000 left. We will spend all of that 36,000, and in fact, Hutton Heights is proceeding at a quicker and faster pace, I guess. So in terms of, there will be an ask, and again, as part of the 2020 budget, for additional funds to continue on with that project. But definitely that 36 will be spent, and if there was any extra, it could certainly be used and put towards that project. Live Public Works property, there's $30,000 left. How much and where that, how much of that 30,000 is spent, or if any of it is spent, will depend on direction from council in terms of next steps regarding that property. And as you're aware, there will be a report coming back to council with future land use options, and council will be considering that. In terms of the website, that project has been completed. As you will note, it is over budget by approximately $1,375. Not a huge expense, but just to be mindful that it is a little over budget there. Alice Monroe, council had in the 2021 budget $3,500, and $3,000 of that has been contributed towards the Alice Monroe Festival. Wingham Trailer Park, there's $43,000 left in that budget. We're anticipating we are winding that project down, but there are going to be, there's some outstanding bills, for example, regarding environmental, natural environmental work, not environmental assessment work, but natural environment work. So we're anticipating that out of that $43,000, we're going to have expenses to the end of the year of approximately $25,000, maybe closer to the $20,000 mark, $25,000 to be on the more conservative side. There's a grant application, as I reported earlier, that we have submitted to the RED program. If we're successful in that application, we have to come up with our portion, and there's $10,000 there. So whether that $10,000 is spent will depend on whether or not we're successful with that RED grant application. We also had in the SLED program, we had allocated $12,000 towards the SLED program, supporting local economic development program. This is an initiative by the county. There were no project applications submitted for that particular program. There was lots of conversation at the Economic Development Committee table, and out of those discussions, again, it was felt the priority project on a go-forward basis being the bus tour projects. And when we looked at the bus tour project and we looked at eligibility for SLED versus RED, the project fit better into the RED program than into the SLED program, and it had a greater chance of being funded. So again, we shall wait and see on that one. And then there was additional $7,000 that had been allocated for kind of things that might come up, you know, things that the committee might want to do and undertake. At this point, you know, no special projects have been identified in 2021, but we'll see what, you know, what the rest of the year brings as far as the committee and in terms of how they like to move forward. So, so definitely at this point we're underspent. But in terms of, there's certainly going to be additional expenditures coming in for the balance of the year, but I'm not anticipating that we're going to, there will be, the projection is essentially that we're not going to spend all of it. We're going to be under budget on the economic development. To what extent is difficult to predict until we get some of the outstanding bills in.
Thank you very much, Dwayne. Any questions, comments, or concerns about economic development? Not seeing any. I guess this is going to pretty well wrap it up for us then.
Well, so Donna has some next steps, and then she has the capital page. I'd recommend we would do that, and then after we finish that up in entirety, we break for lunch.
Okay.
Perfect.
No excuse for me.
All right. So if you would then next please move to your capital project status page, please. It was another single page. Okay, so I'm going to run through these very quickly. So the Carling Terrace top coat project is completed. Sorry. Okay, yes, okay, perfect. So the Carling Terrace top coat, as I said, was completed. It's slightly over budget, but we can accommodate that. Resurfacing of the Wellington Street has been completed with the invoices to follow, and that's the same for the resurfacing project in Belgrave for Owen Street, so it's done and we're just waiting on the invoices. The sealer coat, which was a project out at Moncrief Road, that's been completed, and again just $1,075 overspent there. For the well system, the SCADA in Wingham, Jamie brought you a report earlier this year to advise that they were going to move that project to 2022. And also, Jamie brought you a report about some issues she had had during the well inspections at the Blythe, and that ended up costing more than what we had anticipated, but was certainly a good timing to get some of that work done before we ran into any serious problems. The standpipe design work is underway, and so the design work, Jamie is understanding that that would be complete, the application would be complete by the end of the year, and then for the project itself, hopefully the replacement project will take place in 2022. The dechlorination project down at the Blythe sewage treatment plant is underway, and then it will be completed in 2022. The replacement of the roof at the Blythe Arena will be completed by the end of this year. The town accessibility ramp out front, we're expecting it to be completed in 2022. The daycare siding, replacement of the siding and the doors, it's underway. We expect it to be completed in 22. The Public Works washrooms renovation that we applied for a grant for that. We expect that to be completed in 22, and that was hand in hand with the Wingham Fire Hall renovation. Those two were part of the ISIP Covet application. So we expect those projects to be completed in 2022. The ISIP project at the West Cast Complex, this phase 1 was to deal with the Dectron. There's been very little spent this year, but we expect the project to be completed in 2022. For the IT security systems on the various buildings, we're not going to start that at all this year. The whole project will be moved to 2022. The tandem truck for Blythe, Jamie's outlined different ideas and information in her last fleet reports about the trucks, and so this truck, it'll be underway, but we don't expect to get it till 2022. That zero turn mower for the parks and cemetery, we have that, so that project's completed. And the town hall painting and window repair, we had staff, internal staff were able to do that, so a lot of that project is done for now, but there's much more that's needed to be done to the outside of this building. The Public Works Fire Hall and Sand Shed and Public Works building, that project's basically completed, and as I have a report that I'm going to be bringing to council on, and I'm going to touch on it in a few minutes about where we ended up on that project and what the borrowing costs will be. The house and dam site security, the $15,000 is completed, and Jamie's expecting the invoices to come in. The house and dam RFP, that's also completed. The fleet purchases, the 1-ton pickup is not delivered, but the total costs are there that are completed. And the electrical upgrades for the Wingham Public Works shed are also completed, just a little bit under budget. And down below then we have the fire truck, which is shared, the pumper tanker through the fire department, which is shared for by all the partners, and Marty expects that to be completed at the end of the year as well. So just as I mentioned, I'll be bringing a report forward on the total cost of the fire hall, the public works, sand salt shed, and talking to council about the internal borrowing. I have to speak with Jamie and Marty just to confirm that everything's done, but my preliminary numbers are that we're looking at borrowing about $386,000 for the total of all those components of that project. So for something like that, my suggestion is going to be that we borrow it internally and fund it internally, and then make payments to pay that back off. But we'll speak about that in future once I've talked to Jamie and Marty to make sure there's nothing else that's going through there. So as I said, a number of projects are underway, some are completed, some are being moved. Again, various reasons, you know, materials and equipment have been in vehicles, etc. You've heard from staff before, they're hard to get, and delays in receiving them. So, but they will all be completed. There isn't anything on this list that we're going to scratch per se and not go forward with it. It's all projects we still need to get done and have to work towards getting that to fruition. So, does council have any questions on the capital sheet? Yes.
Yes, we do. Regarding the Carling Terrace top coat.
Yep.
When a project goes over like that, is it the contractors, was it their problem? Like, I'm just wondering why, when they give an estimate and sign a contract to do a particular job and they go over, if that's the case here, if it's actually the contractor's problem, they eat it. Why would we pay it?
I think in this case, it was actually more engineering. So it was the engineering piece that was that caused it to go over, not the contract. But when we're doing a project, then there's engineering and the actual tender for the asphalt, and it was the engineering piece that was over.
Would it not apply to the engineer as well if they go over there? Like, they give us an estimate and sign a contract as well, don't they? Or what's their process?
They don't sign a contract, no. They give us an estimate when they...
And we'll charge you what we want, okay. Yeah.
Sometimes, yes. Any other questions on the capital sheet?
Yes, I'm just curious, is borrowing with Public Works in the building down there, is that a way to do it, borrowing within? Like, is that?
Well, yes. So you have to determine which is the smartest way to borrow, and one of my goals in life here had always been to come up with a debt policy, but it's not going to get done, I can tell you. But my internal debt policy that I've always followed is to borrow money is expensive, and so in my experience, anything under $500,000 is really not worth going into a full borrowing situation unless you're forced. Sometimes your cash flow is so low that you couldn't afford to self-fund this something like this. But as you know, we have internally funded like the LED streetlight project. We have that plow truck we're paying right now and things like that. So it's a combination. Certainly on your bigger projects, you're better to go like Hutton Heights. You're going to have to look at various sources of financing. You'll have some short-term financing, and taking money out of reserves, and possibly long-term financing depending on what the sale is. But there's many different pieces of borrowing, and you have to look at things like the interest rates. How much are the costs involved in setting up a loan. The other thing is too, once you lock into some of those long-term borrowings, then you're locked in. And so for something like this, for $300 and some thousand, it's quite likely that we would just be able to budget either $50,000 or $75,000 a year and get it paid off without having to have the added expense of borrowing. But it depends on how tight your financial situation and your cash flow is, whether you can do it or not.
So you mentioned that there was you had the tandem truck and things like that in that too. So all of a sudden you're over the 500. Is that?
It's per project, like per project.
Jeff?
Yeah, I mean, I have, based on my suggestion is there's one project here that I know for a fact that has been pushed down the pipe 3 years, is this SCADA system in the Public Works building. I don't care unless there should be no reason, in my mind there is zero reason in 2022 why that should not be done. It was pumped down the line in 2021 or in 2020 for something that happened in 2021. 2021 something happened, like the wells happened, it got pumped again. I mean, something absolutely catastrophic, I mean, should happen in order for that not to happen, because I think what's going to happen is if we keep pumping that down the line, that's going to be the next one that comes on the button that says, oh, by the way, we need to do that right now because something failed. So I mean, I would suggest that that is non-negotiable in the sense of making sure that project is done in 2022.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments, concerns? Not seeing any, I'll read the motion. That Council of Township of North Huron hereby receives the year-to-date budget presented October 22nd, 2021 for information purposes. Do I have a mover? I have Kevin moving. Do I have a seconder? I have Rick seconding. All in favor? Carries. Thank you.
So if I may, Reeve, I was just going to finish up the next steps piece, and then before we break for lunch, then on this budget.
Is it the modernization fund?
No, this is the next slide that's here on the finishing up the very last piece.
My apologies.
No, that's fine. So anyway, our next steps then is to, as we've all been talking about, is to monitor the revenue and expenses closely to year end. And I totally agree with Trevor is saying, and internally we've done that. We've done this internal forecast. We always have to do that. So and certainly, I know last year we actually did a written end of year forecast. And it is a lot of work, but it certainly is good information if we can pull it off. And as I said, so we all know when we get into this point of the year, we are looking to year end, and each one of us are investigating what's coming in, where are our invoices and those types of things. So as I noted earlier, a lot of our projects are related to or funded from either transfers from reserves, or we were going to transfer money to reserves in regard to something. So we are, since I had this material put together, that's a piece of investigation I've been doing, and I've already been doing some of those transfers already so that I can get a jump on year end. So as I said, the draft 2022 budget, the first meeting will be held on December the 9th. That means staff have to have all their information to me by November 15th, because that agenda will have to be published on the December 2nd, Carson? It doesn't matter. The agenda has to be, the information has to be in, and we have to get the agenda.
3rd, yeah, December 3rd.
Yeah, we have to have the agenda posted so well in advance so that you can have a look at that budget. So as I said, for the 2022 fee bylaw that's coming up, you've heard us all talking here today about the effects of COVID, and so overall staff are not recommending CPI changes this year. And the reason for that, as I said, is just simply because our residents and ratepayers have had enough difficulties, and we feel that for this year to hit them with extra charges, and we could even revisit that if things settle down later on in the year. But there is 3 areas where we are putting in increases, and the first one is through as you know, we collect planning fees, and those planning fees are set by the county. And so, Reeve Bailey, you would have received a report at the county. I believe the bylaw was just passed October 20th at the county. And Carson, I believe, sat on the kind of the reform committee or the review committee in order how to come up with these increases. So those are from 2022 to 2026, I believe, is how they've set out the next schedule of planning fees. So that we don't have any control over, but we certainly had input into. So those new planning fees will be incorporated into the first draft of the fee bylaw. The second one is, as you remember, as we worked through the wastewater master plan with BM Ross, they had set out a 5-year schedule that would include a 7.1% increase each of those 5 years. So we are in year 2 of that, so that 7.1% will be included into the water and sewer rates. And the third one is I've had many discussions in the last couple of days about, is the development charges. So the development charges, the ink is hardly dry, but it does say that you add inflation to those charges. Now, I was speaking with Godrich the other day, and their review comes up in July, where ours is October. So they are not going to add the percentage of inflation until July, because that's what their bylaw says. But our bylaw doesn't say anything. It just says that you add it annually. So in the past, I have added it, you have new development charges in October, and then we hit them again with inflation. But in the past, the inflation hasn't been that bad. This year it is. The inflation is 7.7%. So I'm including that in the first draft. I wanted to give you the heads up on it, unless you have, and the reason for that is I had discussions with E.M. Ross, and they said, you know, it's high, but it reflects the cost of construction materials and all of that, and the development charges will be passed on to the developer's going to pass them on to the homeowners or to the whatever they're building. So I just wanted to give you a heads up on that. I don't know if you have any, you know, if you want to make any comments now on it, but as I said, I've done a lot of research on it, and I don't like it, but it's one of those things that cost of doing business. So I do plan to include it unless I hear something further today.
Paul?
Yes, you mentioned about, you're talking to Godrich there. Well, I remember their development charges were $2,000. So are they redoing their development charges?
They just have, I don't know what their new charges are,
okay.
but they've just been going through the exercise as well.
Just want to throw it there for council, just a thought I have, and that is the fact that yes, it's 7.1 inflation right now, but that was kind of a hiccup. The cost of materials are coming down at a drastic rate too. We may want to look at that as a hiccup and maybe not add 7.1% to it, because that's past us. When we pass this bylaw, it's still going to be with there. Is it every 5 years we pass it? No, every year we're going to do this. Every 5. Yeah, every 5. Yeah, I would take a serious look before I put that up. And you know, I usually go the other way and pound the table for more money, but I'm gonna say, really think about that as a hiccup, because the price of material, and God knows I got caught in it, didn't I? Went like this, and then all of a sudden now it's coming down like this. It's come down a long way. So the projection that Donna's talking about was a projection of here, but we're talking about. So I would think about that one. Give it some thought, and we can talk about it at that time.
Just to provide some clarity into the process, right? So Donna for November 1st will have her report with kind of that first draft of the fees and charges bylaw, right? So this isn't your only opportunity. So that basically, as of right now, we will include it in there. If council wants to go otherwise, you would provide us that direction on November 1st, and then the bylaw, when we bring it back for adoption on November 15th, it would include any changes that you guys want to see. So just for clarity of the process of how that'll play out.
Yep, Anita?
Yes, the inflation rate, is that also every 5 years, or it does every year or not?
No, the inflation is added, CPI is added every year during those 5 years, and then the whole bylaw is redone every 5 years.
Yes, so it would be 7.7, say, for this year or next year, and
it could be
year later.
You don't know what it will be the next year. That's correct. Anyway, because it was drastic, and I was surprised about it myself, I wanted to just at least get you thinking about it, so that you, when I bring it to you on November the 1st, you'll at least have had the opportunity to think about it, so.
Appreciate it. Trevor?
I honestly don't see how anybody should be surprised. All you have to do is go down the main street to see where the cost of inflation has hit us. Real estate, gas, groceries. It's like, I mean, the federal government just announced it was 4.4% in last month. Like, I mean, this is not surprising. I mean, and ultimately, at the end of the day, it's costing everybody more to live. I mean, and do I feel bad that, you know, that particular price could be impacting somebody building a house? In this market, if you can afford to build a house, good for you, because I know I sure as heck can't. Arguably, the monetary policy of the federal government needs to be reevaluated in the sense of inflation. I mean, you cannot continue to print the amount of money that we're printing in Canada and think that costs are going to go down. So, I mean, I think, you know, Reeve is obviously correct. We need to look at it, whether we think an increase of the fact that it just, the ink's not even dry and we're thinking about raising it 7.1%. Is that the real ideal? I mean, we have to look at that, but I mean, the cost of inflation isn't surprising. I mean, the people, and I would suspect you're going to see a budget overall that's going to be in the neighborhoods of 3 to 4% increase in expense costs just for the sake of CPI for 2021 or 2022 compared to 2021. So I mean, it is what it is. I think I mean, I hate to say it is what it is, but the fact is we all go down, and the cost of living has gone up for every family, whether they have two incomes or one income or what their relation is.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Sorry.
Go ahead, Donna.
Just finish up then quickly then. So just to be clear though, the legislation specifically states the building construction CPI through Stats Canada that you have to use. So that is one thing, and that's why it's that. I just wanted to clear up that the CPI that we use for wages is not that. So I just wanted to clear that up, and to say that in our preliminary budgets, the CPI for wages that I've already come up with is 2.2. So that's kind of where the CPI is sitting right now for what our wage calculation would be. So we'll have further discussions on that. But again, I'm just giving you a heads up on everything that we're starting out within the budget. And the last thing to deal with the budget was that for 2022, as you know, the announcements came out yesterday about our OMPF, which is our unconditional funding, is going down 39,700. So again, I was surprised, maybe not surprised, hoping that it wouldn't, but anyway, that's what's going on there.
I'm not going to lie to you, Eve, I'm surprised it's not 390,000.
Oh, well,
You're just making my day.
39,000? I can live with that.
Yes, for sure. And so, as I said, as we move forward into the 2022 budget, asset management has been our big focus the last few years, and we're even ramping it up more so as we move through the next couple of years. And I certainly appreciate council's support on that. I know that all of you certainly don't give us any trouble when staff talk to you about asset management and the importance of it. So I certainly appreciate your support on that. So is there any further questions at this time then on the year to date?
Not seeing any, Dawn. I want to thank you very kindly. I'm going to ask for
Yeah, how long are you looking to break for?
what do you guys want, 15 minutes or half an hour for dinner?
So, yeah, 12:24 right now. So like
1 o'clock is good.
1 o'clock, yeah. So I'd be looking for a motion then that the Council of Township of North Huron hereby agree to recess the October 22nd, 2021 special council meeting and reconvene at 1 o'clock p.m.
Mover, please. Trevor's moving, Paul's seconding, all in favor. Carries. Dinner's at the other end of the room.
I
Please sign your post if you want to.
You're good.
Okay, thank you everyone. I hope everybody had a good dinner. We're going to resume our meeting now. We're going to go to 5.3, and that's the 2021-18 follow-up report on implementing of new fee structure. And I'm going to hand it over to Vicki.
Thank you, Your Worship, Council. The report before you was a report that was requested last year in December 2020 at the time of the implementation of the non-resident fees. Council had asked that after about a year, like before the budget process, that we report back on the impact of it. So before you had, there's some information there regarding the impact on participation of non-residents. Our understanding was it was specifically with non-residents, so it definitely focuses on that. That was the information we tracked over the course of the year and things. As indicated previously in the budget discussion, the rec department was closed. The rec facilities were closed for approximately 10 months of the year. So there's only a portion, kind of an overview of what occurred. The Child Care Services was able to operate for 10 months of the year, and there's more of a clear indication of those impacts. I think the report's very straightforward. I do have Trish with me from Child Care Services and Melissa Scott here with me as well on recreation side of things, because of their expertise in dealing with registration for child care programs and our fitness, aquatic, and recreation memberships. So they're here for questions, to answer your questions. The report does highlight some challenges that we've had with the implementation on the recreation side of things with the software. We had already selected the software before the non-resident fees were implemented, so we tried to make it work, but we're met with some challenges as outlined in the report. Going forward, we think we have a good idea of how it's impacted child care services, but we think that there's more time needed to kind of evaluate the impact on recreation services. Any questions?
Well, I'm going to start. We sent an email out to all councillors. They should have received a summary of what Morris Turnbull has been paying to North Huron over the last 10 years. If Dawn is handy, I'd like to ask her a few questions on this before we go any further. Dawn, are you still with us down there?
Yeah.
If you look at this schedule and you go back to 2016, from previous of 2016, it looks like it was $60,000, $70,000, $80,000 a year that Morris Turnbull paid towards soft. I'm going to call them soft services just for now. All of a sudden, it jumped to $105,000. Was there another place in the budget where Morris Turnbull was sending us funding before the Schedule F was invented? Like, that's a heck of a jump. I'm a little curious how a jump like that took place.
Yes, Schedule F was the cause of the jump.
Yep.
So before that, they paid all amounts outlined here, but there was no Schedule F in place. But we did bill them for the Blythe Arena. It was based on the deficit, so that for that year, so it varied depending on what the deficit of the Blythe Arena was. But the Wingham was always the same amount. And then Schedule F went in 2017, and then we've had it
And then it was amended again in 2018. And then I guess whatever point the agreement basically expired.
So when the Schedule F was brought into play, how did that come about? Like, what was the agreement on? Because I'm just going to talk to her first. I know, but I want to talk to Donna first. No, I'll get there. So Schedule F, why was that brought into play?
So Schedule F, that's when we had a new CAO at the time, and so then this Schedule F was brought in as an additional schedule to the cross-border agreement. And so it was to formalize the recreation payments, if you will. And so that was the first that schedule was implemented, and as I said, it was included at the back of the cross-border agreement.
Okay, thank you very kindly. Okay, so Trevor, I'll go over to you if you want to speak to that.
So as you recall, Schedule F was determined in the sense that at the time when the cross-border services agreement was established by the previous council, North Huron and Morris Turnberry had a discussion about what that looks like. Tax sharing was talked about at that time. Neither Morris Turnberry did not want to have any discussion about as it relates to tax sharing at that time either. But they acknowledged that there is a need for them to provide funding for soft services that they provide, that we as North Huron provide for residents of Morris Turnberry. So they acknowledged, and contrary to popular belief, they determined a lot of these numbers that they were going to provide. They determined their funding as what they want to. For the majority of this part is they wanted to ensure that from their residents, they could justify the number. They wanted some justification as to, so that if a resident from Morris Turnberry came to them and said, why are you paying X amount of dollars for the North Huron West Cast Community Complex, they wanted to understand how they could determine and provide support to those residents, because that's what they were providing. Because it's all coming through taxation in Morris Turnberry. So the Schedule F was an agreement that was designed in the sense that we will provide you with water and sewer services if you request it, based on the agreement and based on the people that were in play. If you acknowledge that you need to provide soft services discussion to North Huron. What has happened to come full circle is during the last council's administration was Morris Turnberry was under the impression that the Schedule F was, if they didn't give you Schedule F, then we would take water services away. That was their whole impression. And as not the deputy reeve at the time, but as the sitting councillor, I made it very clear to them, that is not the intent. The intent of Schedule F was for Morris Turnberry to solidify what they were going to provide North Huron so that we could budget accordingly. Nothing was written in a contract before. So if Morris Turnberry all of a sudden during their budget deliberation decided, they're not going to pay us, now North Huron's back behind an 8 ball because we didn't know. So Schedule F in the last cross-border services agreement established that this would be the way that you would pay, or how much you would pay, and if you were going to change that amount, you would need to provide us with at least, I think it was 6 months or a year notice, so that North Huron could establish and budget accordingly associated to that agreement. That agreement doesn't exist anymore, as everybody on this table is aware. So that's how Schedule F went from 8, or how the amount that Morris Turnberry was providing of $86,000 or $80,000 up to the numbers that we were seeing previous to this new negotiation.
Just want to hold on a bit. So, and I will get you, not being mean.
Okay.
So, so what's happened is the previous Morris Turnberry Council and the previous North Huron Council come to agreements of the $105,000 and $118,000. and as Trevor's pointed out very clearly, has nothing to do with water and sewer. This is a different subject altogether. It is for the Recreation Department. The new Sitting Council of Morris Turnberry have dropped that back to $83,000 last year. So we lost, what, $50,000. Who's going to pay for the $40,000 or $50,000? Who pays the staff to stay on board to take care of those residents? I don't have a commitment of anything for this year, so I'm telling you I'm going to be out $118,000 this year from 2 years ago without ever having a conversation with Morris Turnberry Council. So as staff, you have to understand that I have to now add 2.5% taxes to North Huron residents because Morris Turnberry residents don't want to, not the residents, they don't understand, some of them don't even understand that they don't even live in our township. So our problem is we're going to add 2.5 or 2.25% taxes to our residents to support Morris Turnberry residents using our facilities. Nobody's bad. I keep saying this. Morris Turnberry Council are not bad people, right? It's money, and it's 2.5% less they're going to charge for their residents this year because they don't give us any money. And whether they're going to or not, we don't know, because we won't know till the end of the year the check comes in. But the end of the year when the check comes in, it was for using our facilities the previous year. So if we get nothing this year, we're going to have, so we've already had to put the taxes up 1% to North Huron for people, and let's just even broaden this. It is also with other neighbors too that are using our facilities. So we have to look at a situation where, how do we handle a 2.5% tax increase to the residents of North Huron simply because a sitting council of Morris Turnberry decided they didn't need to use they want to use our facilities but don't want to pay for it. So at the end of the day, you can say to me that, well, we won't have enough people in there for the staff. Well, if you've got 4 trucks on the road and you lose a call, 1 truck has to come off the road, and you don't need the driver either. Just business, guys. That's the way you got to look at it, because it is a North Huron facility for North Huron folks, and we're allowing everybody else to use it provided they're willing to pay their way. So we have that option, or maybe Morris Turnberry will get back to us because we're trying to get a hold of them to find out, are they going to pay this year, anything at all, or where they're going with it. But being the highest tax burden is Wingham, followed by East Wawanosh, followed by Blythe in Huron County. That's your tax lineup. Morris Turnberry is way down at the bottom. How much higher you want your taxes to go? So it's not about being mean, it's just about business. I don't believe in meanness, and I don't believe in holding a grudge past the end of my nose, even if it is long. But I do need a sensible solution. But please understand, all the people that are complaining are not from North Huron. If we go ahead and keep things the way it is, in 3 months, it's going to be all the people from North Huron complaining because you guys raised the taxes 2.5%. You're going to say, well, that's to supply stuff to Morris Turnberry free. That's where I'm going with this. Vicki, you wanted to speak.
Thank you, Your Worship. All I was going to do is kind of add to what Donna was explaining, was that prior to Schedule F coming into play, we had to provide Morris Turnberry with a breakdown of participation levels in our facilities, but it wasn't just only our programs. We had to gather the information from all the minor sports groups, the adult user groups, and everyone else. And that's why that amount, if you looked at it, it was kind of all over the board there until Schedule F came into play, because it was based on the level of participation by Morris Turnberry residents. And then once Schedule F came into play, then it was a more standardized amount, going forward. So yeah, we had to gather that information from not just our own programs, but the rentals, ice rentals, floor rentals, everyone, to show how many people were from outside the township.
Thank you very much. Just before I open up to Trevor, I just want to mention one other thing. For 3 years, we've been beaten up over this. We're terrible people. Something just happened over in Brussels with Morris Turnberry not wanting to pay their fair share over there. It's not us. we are so willing to work with everybody. I think the more people work together, the better it is, the easier the load. So I'm sure I can speak for all of council when I said we want to work with everybody, but not at the price of not being able to pave our own roads because we're putting all the money in. Go ahead, Trevor.
Yeah. So I mean, based on the report that I've seen here, I have a suggestion from a council perspective. So one of the things I want to comment first is this is a problem in the sense of recreation and child care, because these are community services in which I say, as community center is in the name. So when you develop, when people develop community centers, they don't develop them for their own, because I will guarantee you, if we developed a North Huron community center, it would not be at the size of the North Huron or West Cass community complex. It would not be that big in any way, shape, or form. But what we did is we developed a community center for the broader community. That with funding, I will say, from not only North Huron residents, but Morris Turnberry residents and Bruce County residents and a whole bunch of other people. What we're talking about here is how it's operating. And the operating costs of those facilities bear on the taxpayer of North Huron when there's a deficit. And I can understand, as Zariva's indicated, that the North Huron residents are paying. And when you implement a non-resident fee or structure, it's not going to impact residents, so residents aren't going to complain. Why would they complain? From this report, the North Huron residents, or from the non-residents who are having issues with these fees, I have a suggestion. And this is a suggestion that we've talked about user pay systems, and we've talked about justification for other municipalities. If other municipalities want justification to what they pay another municipality, is we charge the non-resident fee. My suggestion is that we get arrangements with the municipalities who use our service, and we have an arrangement that says your residents will go to you as a Morris Turnberry or Bruce County or whoever it is and request the rebate paid back based on the resident to non-resident fee. Therefore, you as a resident of another municipality is not paying anything more than a resident for the actual program. You as the Morris Turnberry then pay your residents for the utilization of those services. What I'm saying is, then it becomes not necessarily a conversation and a discussion or versus with our staff, because our staff didn't make the rule. They're following the rule that council put into place. If other councils want to accept that arrangement with us, that they pay for those justification costs, because they're now not supplying that option. And as I said, I've said this before, the reason for the non-resident fee above and beyond what a resident pays is because as a resident, I'm going to use a number. I pay $100 for a service in one of these facilities. Prior to today, prior to the non-resident fee, a non-resident paid $100. But the resident at December 31st got another bill for $150 for the utilization of the same service in the same building. So where is it fair to the non-resident or to the resident who's paying more? So the argument is that's what the non-resident fee was established. Whether it's the 20% or whatever the number increase is, that's discussed beside the point. But my point is, if we're wanting, one of the things is if we want our partners in other municipalities to join in and support it as a non-resident fee and understand that they have some sort of sense in the operation of that facility, if their resident goes and says to them, I paid an additional fee, please subsidize me for that fee. Now they're paying their residents to enjoy services provided by another municipality at a price that we're not determining. If that resident wants to eat that cost and not go through their municipality, great. If they don't, that's their choice. So my suggestion is ultimately is to have an idea with our neighboring municipalities to send the request that says, we have implemented a non-resident fee if the non-resident fee stays as a play from council. And my suggestion is we offer that, my suggestion is you want these to be user pay systems, that's what we're doing. But if you want to subsidize your ratepayers for the utilization of this service, have at it. If you don't, then that's a discussion between you and your resident. North Huron is not the bad guy for doing that. The non-resident fee is put into place for the reason that I just talked about. We pay $150. The non-resident, before the non-resident fee was in, they're paying $100. It doesn't make logical sense just because of where the building is located.
Thank you. I just want to follow up just with Donna one more minute, and then Chris, I'll hand it over to you. Donna, if you don't mind?
Yeah.
Okay. So the people that are paying non-resident fees are very upset, right? Because they've got to pay more money. So Donna, we just lost $118,000 because we don't think we're getting paid anything this year. 118, and I keep telling you, 2.5% increase to our taxpayers. If you were to divide that loss that Morris Turnberry Council took away, how much would each one of the people using the daycare have to pay extra? We're only charging, say, 1.5 times. Would it be 50 times?
Off the top of my head, I wouldn't
No,
know.
but it would be ridiculous, wouldn't it? We all got to admit that, because how many non-resident user fee, how many people complained in this? I forget, 50? 25? How many? Just roughly. I won't hold you to it.
Probably around 50. Yeah, around 50. Yeah.
Around 50. So 50 people have complained, 50 people are using our facility, and let's remember there's COVID here, so let's not blame all this on COVID. So let's divide 50 people into $118,000 that North Huron is now paying. That we are now paying. How much would it cost to go to daycare? Go ahead, Becky. Sorry, I have to let Chris go first. I let him go. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Chris.
Okay.
It's an idea that Deputy Reeve Site has, but you can't flog it until you have an agreement that the neighboring county or township will, municipality will pay that or give them a subsidy, because we don't know. I think we need to make a new agreement with them just on, well, we'll call it Section F, equivalent to that. That's what we need, a new agreement. It got terminated. Okay, just going back, it terminated. Well, the next year, why do they have to pay? Because they don't have to. Because people were living by agreements, it was gone, they don't have to. But they did pay a little bit, that was good. But we can't count on them paying anything because they don't need to. So we got two questions to ask, or two ways to solve it is forge an agreement that's equivalent to it, the best it could. Or go to them, like they suggested in a newspaper editorial, that, hey, if anybody wants any money from NT, request it in a grant form, because that's the only way they'll do it at this point in time. Like, that's the God-honest truth. It's the only way they'll do it. And we didn't. And I've asked this question, why the hell not? Somebody put the brakes on it, and I say that cost us a lot of money because we didn't even try. If we asked for a grant, we would have got something. Something's better than nothing. And when we, charge the non-residence fees, yeah, it made a lot of people mad. Look we lost 80 grand just at childcare, potential money. And so far at the rec center, 17,000 so far, because people got ticked off and went somewhere else. And, it's not stopped. People will continue on in that way. So And look at the numbers. Somewhere I saw the numbers of non-residents that come to our community center and come to daycare. It's a huge percentage. And along the lines of Becky Reed, we build these things for not just us, it's for the community at large. And then you hope that you can make an agreement with, like, look at Central Huron. Like, I heard 40% of the people that go into the Blythe Arena are from there. They haven't paid diddly. Like, as a municipality, we don't have an agreement with them, and I really question why not. I'm hoping that happens at some point soon. But let's just make an agreement, and they wanted it separate, so what's the harm in that? We'll make it separate. You know, they're afraid of what was said, like this was when it was forged originally, they were afraid, well, if they didn't pay, we wouldn't, we'd turn them off, and of course that wasn't going to happen. But I think there's that fear in there, so they wanted it separate just to guarantee that that wouldn't happen. So why don't we try that? You know, what have we got to lose? Try and forge an agreement, and in the meantime, ask for it in a grant form.
Thank you. Vicki?
Thank you, Your Worship. I don't mean to throw a wrinkle into this, but when the non-resident fee was implemented, it was not implemented across the board. It was only implemented on our programs. So Councillor Palmer just mentioned the use of the Blythe District Community Center. So we have users coming in there, but we also have users coming in up here at the Westcast Center. They're rental groups. They're your minor hockey groups. They don't distinguish between residents and non-residents. So we haven't applied that to them. So you're still going to have non-residents using the facility and not paying for their fair share. So, you know, you may want to think about applying it across all boards. And yes, I mean, the staff would have to get the data from the groups and things, but at least then it's not just our own programs that are impacted. It would impact, it would actually truly affect all of the users from whether it's Central Huron or Morris Turnberry or something that would have to pay for it.
Thank you. Go ahead, Kevin.
Thank you, through you, Reed. I think the assumption of making a deal, it's a great happy feeling, but you can't make a deal with someone that won't even talk to you. It's not that we haven't tried to make deals. We've had cross-border meetings. We've had 2 years of cross-border meetings with just a no, and to the point where they don't even want to come anymore. We don't. It takes two to make an agreement. They won't even tell us what they feel is fair. So we haven't gathered at what mutually we think is fair, because we've never reached any mutual ground to even speak on the matter. So to say that, well, why don't we just try? We've had 3 years of trying.
This is separate. This is a separate issue.
Gentlemen, through the chair, please.
Sorry.
You done, Kevin, or you want to?
Oh, I better be done.
Go ahead, Trevor.
So I want to reiterate that at the very first cross-border agreement discussion was, we want to talk about water and sewer only.
That's what they said.
Yeah. They don't want to talk about anything else. And we respected that. We respected that. That's the same reason why we didn't want to talk about the building department discussion of that arrangement. So, you know, you can't have, my question is we can't have our cake and eat it too. So, I mean, if you're going to want to talk about one thing, let's talk about one thing and get it across the line and do it. But I mean, we tried to ask the question about these other agreements, but they were very clear. We don't want agreements inside agreements. We don't want one agreement impacting another agreement in one separate way. Their terminology in the previous council was they believed that to be blackmail. That's what their terminology was, because they seem to think that if we took away something, or they took away something, we would take away something that is just as valuable, if not more valuable in our sense, to them. I mean, so to say we haven't tried an agreement approach, you're right, we haven't, because we honestly have tried to maintain what the request of them wanted, was let's focus on one thing and move on to the next. So we've tried that. As Councillor Palmer's indicated, I get it. I get that the frustration about asking for the grant discussion has been an issue. But they provided, prior to Schedule F, they provided funding. They knew it was valuable to their residents because they provided funding before. So I mean, if they're choosing not to provide the funding now, the question bears the difference. What has changed? What has changed prior to Schedule F that's made them rethink about whether they're going to provide funding? Is it just because it's a royal pissing match between North Huron and Morris Turnberry? Because if that's the case, I want to make sure the intent of the non-resident fee was not to piss off Morris Turnberry Council. That's not the intent. And if people want to treat that way, that's their prerogative. The reason why we implemented the non-resident fee was exactly the reason why we did it. Exactly what I just said to you. Because residents are paying more than non-residents. Period. So, I mean, arguably, that was the reason we implemented it. Did it happen at the same time as all this stuff going on with Morris Turnberry? Yes. And that's the treat. People ever just assumes, well, it's tit for tat. Let's try to see how we can piss them off. That's not the intent. And I'm going to sit here and say I'm offended by somebody saying it was. We have been asked by council, and we ask our staff to look at what we need to do from a North Huron perspective, because our financials deal with our financials. We can't be bearing on somebody else's money. We don't ask them anywhere else. We have to deal with our financials. So we did what we thought was in the best interest at that time. And I will say, with notable exceptions to some staff who didn't think it was a good idea, and I accept that. I respect their opinion. But we made a point. We made a question. We made a choice. Arguably, that choice isn't to piss off another council. That's not the intent. We had to make a decision. We made a decision based on what we had at the time. COVID, did we do it right at the time of COVID? Was that a great idea? Well, only time will tell. So, I mean, there's lots of influence on a decision to make that. And I would say to say it was to do it just to piss off another council is not fair at all. But I mean, where it come from is that's the message that you're hearing out in the street. Because it's a royal pissing match between North Huron and Morris Turnberry. North Huron will just do whatever to piss them off, and Morris Turnberry will do the exact opposite of North Huron. It's been a pissing match for 25 years. Longer than I've been alive. So I mean, that's the conversation that we have to get past. And I mean, if we think as council that we want to start to do this grant discussion, I'm fine. I don't think we should have to, because we didn't have to do it before. But if Morris Turnberry is saying that's the only way they're going to provide funding, then maybe we have to. And respect their bylaw that they've put in place. Because we would ask them to respect our bylaw that we put in place. Okay?
So I want to follow up on that, and then I'll go to council. And Anita was at the meeting. So at the very first meeting, it was about cross-border agreements. Schedule F was part of it. Water and sewer connections were part of it. At the very first council meeting after our meeting with Morris Turnberry, we had a conversation. It was a good 2-hour conversation. You can watch it on YouTube if you really have more in life. At the end of it, I said, as long as we're talking and going to make an agreement on a gentleman's agreement, we will continue on the way we are. And everybody agreed at that meeting. Continue on the way we are. Which means We've never unhooked any water or sewer, and we have no intention to, right? Can anybody in this council remember when they came to us and told us they were going to take the $118,000 away? And on a gentleman's agreement, because they didn't want to sign a contract, and they said no to everything we've offered. It doesn't matter if it's land swap, doesn't matter if it's taxes, it doesn't matter if it's anything. They've said no to everything. So, on a gentleman's agreement, we move forward. They went and dropped $118,000 they were giving North Huron for cross-border agreements and to use our facilities. They never had a conversation with about it. They just said, we're not paying it anymore. We still are giving water and sewer to them. We are still allowing their residents to come and use our facilities. This is the stupidest thing I've ever been involved in. And the problem with being stupid, if you talk stupid too much, you become stupid. 2.5 years and they've said nothing. They did not approach us and say, we're going to take the building inspector away from you. You know what they did? They said, you're paying $10,000, we use it 50%, we use it 50%, you're going to pay us $10,000 more. They never had a conversation with us. They told us we're going to pay more. There's no conversation from the other side. I don't know what to tell you guys. I've made some pretty good deals in my life, but I've never, and honestly, everybody knows that as far as I'm concerned, after you meet 3 times, if you can't make a deal, it's over. You'll never make a deal. That's just the law of sales. Until somebody needs you, then they'll come back. We've met, I don't know how many times, 2.5 years later, no matter what it's offered, it's always you're terrible, you're changing your plan, They had never talked to us about taking the money away, they never talked to us about taking the CO away, they just told us. So I don't know what to tell you guys. So I know you're taking some heat. You want to see heat, sit in my seat. I was supposed to be this lovely little country job and the whole world's going to be happy. And I'll tell you something. I'm waiting for the happy part to happen. But I can't give money away. Because I don't care if it's, again, a farmer running a farm. He cannot grow corn for 50 bucks a bushel and sell it for 40. You're wearing the facilities out. We're paying for staff that somebody else is using. And they simply just need to pay their share. Taking the $118,000 away, like I said, if you think it's bad at your end, try to divide $118,000 into 50 people. It's ridiculous. And I understand all the parts about the different hockey groups and that. I don't have the answer, but I sure would like a or a mayor on the other side of that line over there to sit down with me and have that discussion. Why don't you want to pay? Because right now they've decided here in East they don't want to pay for, and guess what? That woke up Howick to also have a deal with them. One of their councillors once said at one of their public meetings that be careful what you do, because someday we got to pay for this. I don't know why we can't get along. Yes, Chris.
Through you, Reeve. Thank you. The crossroad we face, because they stopped paying, then we thought, okay, user fees are non-residence fees would be the answer. And then all you have to do is just sit in their chair as a councillor. Then you would say to yourself, well, we don't need to pay them equivalent to Section F anymore because they're charging our residents fees. You kind of see how this thing has been getting out of hand a little bit, but it's a seesaw. Because of one thing happened, we did something, now they're thinking, well, why would I even have to pay? Because they're charging. So I'm afraid like that's what we're facing today. But for those that were here before us, Trevor, why wasn't the previous agreement extended? Because it was planned to be infinite if it was done right. I know the wording was terrible, but why didn't somebody, as I understood, that only took one of the groups to one of our municipalities to say, let's keep it going, and it never happened. And could you fill us in on why did it die?
I constantly can't answer that question why it died. I mean at the time, the idea was that it was a 5-year agreement. And I mean,
It's revolving.
yeah, and I mean, if you didn't, but I mean, the way it has been interpreted was, so I will tell you right now, the interpretation has been that the agreement continued. Morris Turnberry had that impression. That's what's Morris Turnberry's belief. Right at the start, like Morris Turnberry had mentioned, well, we're not sure why we're having this conversation because we believe the agreement was going, and they had legal thought that it was. We have a legal opinion that says it, and as Ariva's indicated, that it was ceased before we even became a new council. I mean, that's the conversation that is. Whether that's right or wrong, it's irrelevant. But I will tell you right now is that Morris Turnberry Council, pre-existing this one, didn't want those two agreements intermingled. They didn't want them in one agreement.
Out of fear.
And whether that fear is warranted or not, that's their choice. That's what they thought. So, I mean, I can't answer the question on why the agreement ceased to exist. But what I can answer is the question is that this has been a glorified disaster in the sense of where we came from 5 short years ago. I mean, that's where we are. So.
I'm just going to see if Dwayne would like to follow up on that. I do know, Vicki, you know that there was a lot of turnover in CAOs and a lot of things like that going on at the time. So I'm going to take an educated guess that there was so much turnover and help in that it got lost along the way. Okay, because that's the only thing I can think of, and you can't have a new CEO and throw 1,000 things at him. You have to. But Dwayne, would I be right on thinking that it, like, honestly never crossed your desk, did it?
Sorry.
The agreement never even crossed your desk to look at.
Well, just in terms of, so when I arrived, there had been some previous conversations. So my predecessor basically was involved in discussions, and that agreement was put into place. And then not long after my arrival, I was approached about an amendment to the agreement with respect to, because the former agreement had a list of properties, and there was a request to add more properties to that list. And so that was kind of presented to me, and I can't remember all the details, but then I do know though that there was a conversation, a meeting that took place between the councils of the two municipalities. CAOs, Nancy at the time and myself, did not attend that meeting. It was representatives of the two councils that met, and there was a county representative. And so then out of that came an amendment to the agreement. And that is the agreement that in 2018, so I arrived in the fall of 2017, that amendment was put into place in 2018. And then kind of nothing happened until this, and then it was, I guess, in the fall of 2018 when you folks took office. So I mean, my involvement or my experience or whatever regarding this has just really been over the last, 3 years, I guess. I wasn't involved in everything leading up to that, so I don't know if I'm helping.
No, that's great.
What you look like in terms of my role.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah. And so I just want to follow up with my role in it, and then we'll go to you, Vicki. So when I canvassed to be your reeve, I said I wanted to make better deals. I was on council before, and I knew the taxes were paid. I knew the arrangement. Paul Gowing was a great guy to work with, by the way. And I was part of the fire agreement and all that. So I said I'd make better deals. So when I became your reeve, I asked for and received contracts and things that were pertinent. Now, had to be dealt with. One was the contract, and I read the contract from front to start. When I got to the end of the contract, I think I emailed Dwayne. I said, there must be a mistake here, because according to what I'm reading, this contract has been void for over 6 months. There is no contract before I got on council. It lapsed. So the amendment that Trevor's talking about was an amendment to a contract that had lapsed 6 months before. An oversight. Yes, we've had legal opinion on it, and we're all in agreement now that yes, it lapsed. It doesn't even exist. That put us in a precarious situation now because now we have to make an agreement with, we're not amending an agreement, we're not trying to make a better deal. All of a sudden, we're sitting in a situation where they don't really have to do anything, and we don't really have to supply them with water and sewer because they are connected in this agreement. We don't have to right now. This council right now today could have that water shut off tomorrow on all those factories. We're not going to do that. We're not going to do that, are we, Chris? Ever. We're not that kind of people. On the other hand, they did stop without having a conversation with us. I'm going to go to Vicky first, and then you.
So just building on that, when I can definitely confirm that when I came on board in the fall, one of the things that we were doing was we were going through the agreements for the new council and things. And in the record that the files that I had, there was a letter from them indicating that it had lapsed and that they'd had a legal opinion, and it talked about Schedule F needed to be a separate agreement and for us to contact them, kind of thing. That's what I found when I came on right about the same time as council as well. In terms of reaching out to us, I mean, they did send us that grant application. I did see Mayor Heffer, I think it's Mayor Reeve or Mayor Heffer, at the Remembrance Day ceremony. And he said, oh, there's a grant application coming out, make sure you guys fill it out and things. And we did receive it. It was a simple thing, but my understanding was I did reach out to the CAO, and at that time council had established the Cross-Border Services Committee, and that it would be dealt with from there.
Thank you for an opportunity to speak. So I want to say that I really respected what you ran on about shoring up these agreements. I agree that there were things that were loose or very disproportionately in one council's favor rather than the other. And I understand not taking burden onto taxpayers. I am one, and I have been for a very long time, and so I respect that. And I really understand that user fees are an answer that seem really simple as a way to, you charge it and you make up the amount that's been lost from other councils. But we need to remember with Tricia and I services, because they're not taxes, they are a choice for these clients coming in. So they're a consumer, and consumers have choice. So they can choose to go to a gym in Listowel. They can choose to take a dance class downtown or take their child to skate club, which does not get impacted by user fees. Or they can choose to go to a home daycare rather than our daycare. So rather than thinking of these numbers of complaints as complaints, we need to think of them as dollars. They are dollars walking out the door. I know, at least in the business, and I do treat it as a business, the business of fitness is based on users, and we are not full. We need every user in that area to be able to pay the bills and to be able to make income. And we do make income. We make money every year in that area. And yes, that goes towards paying for the snow removal and the bathrooms and all of those things. So we're not making money hand over fist, but those programs are paying for themselves. Every hour my staff is on the floor, there is an hour being paid back to pay those wages. So I guess the idea is, instead of losing 25% by not charging the user fee, we need to remember that we're not just losing 25%, we're losing the base fee plus the 25%. So when you look at those statistics I showed, we've dropped almost 75% in our memberships, which that is impacted by COVID. That is not a user fee issue, 100% by any means. We absolutely acknowledge that. But the issue, if you look at the percentages, is previous to COVID, our percentages were basically 50-50. Non-residents and residents were using the fitness center, the aquatic center as 50-50. And now those percentages are sitting at 31% and 69%. So we've got almost 70% residents. So the proportion is off. So even though those numbers are down, and even though the numbers will rebound, because we're going to work hard to make them rebound, if the percentages are so far skewed, we're never going to be able to get back to where we were before without those users. And without those users, I worry that we will not be able to provide the programs for our own residents, because if we don't have enough people coming into the area, we won't be able to offer the classes. We won't be able to offer martial arts. If there's 7 kids that take martial arts now, if 50% of them are non-users, if the non-users choose to not pay it and they choose to do skating with their child, or they choose to do martial arts downtown at the dance studio, for instance, we're just out the money. And now we only have 3 children trying to take a program, which means we can't operate it.
We can't run it.
We can't operate it. So I guess that's where our challenge is. So we understand you want to make up that money, but the problem is people are choosing not to. They're just choosing to give up the services, which then impact our ability to make money to be able to pay the deficit.
So I want to thank you for that, and I want to add to it. Shame on Morris Turnberry for doing this. Shame on Morris Turnberry for taking that money away that has been given by council before council before council when people got along and were friendly. Shame on them. They may be shutting everything down. Go ahead, Kevin.
Thank you. I appreciate your commentary there, but it's I find it skewed just a little. As if you were a private business owner and part of your customers were having to pay for part of the other customers, or half the other customers coming in that aren't paying you the full price. As a business owner, you would have to do something about that. You're not taking into consideration that your programs are being facilitated through a facility that is being paid by half of your customers at a different rate than the other half of your customers. So yeah, I can see, as running a business, you want all the customers you can get, but you're not. The comments you're making were if you owned the building and there was no other, why am I charging Bob here more than Bill? Well, if it's costing Bob more than Bill, it doesn't weigh there. And to go back on the minor hockey, we're the Blythe Brussels minor hockey. Brussels isn't in Morris Turnberry. So
That's your east.
yeah. So saying that that's different. Yes, they have people coming in from Morris Turnberry. They'd have to. That's their remit. They can do whatever they want if they're not getting paid for it. So now that's coming up. So they'll have to do something about that themselves. But to say that's miscued and Blythe and we're not, that is an agreement that's not between Morris Turnberry and the Village of Blythe or North Huron. So, go ahead. No,
I'm going to let Vicki go first. She had her hand up, then I'm going to go to Trevor.
Yeah. Through you, Your Worship. I understand what you're saying, Councillor Faulkner. Whether it's named Blythe Brussels or it's named Wingham, it doesn't matter if they both organizations have residents they have residents and they have participants that are residents and participants that are non-residents. What's happened here is we've created a 2-tier system. Because basically we're only charging this against our own programs, but we're saying programs like we're protecting or saying programs that are offered by other organizations, they don't have to pay this. So they have, it's still non-residents. I would think that minor hockey organizations, and particularly the larger one of being Wingham, and things, people don't distinguish, like you saw in some of the comments, they just know they're Wingham. They don't know that they're Morris Turnberry, the taxpayer, or a Huron taxpayer. They just know they're Wingham. So, it's not really fair to only apply that to our own programs. We're kind of shooting ourselves in the foot here. If you truly want to apply this, it should be across the board. We have also about 30% of the users in Blythe are non-residents, and that's not counting the minor hockey, because that's counting the adults and the others, and that's a conservative number. That will be coming out in master plan. So, you know, we have to keep that. There's not a lot of programming going on down in Blythe to do that, yet we're providing a facility down there that is servicing non-residents down there as well. And there's no charge to those individuals. We're having to, the taxpayers of North Huron are having to subsidize that. So I guess for me, I think that, you know, I didn't come here with a recommendation. This was just coming as an informational report, council. That's really what it was. It was just an informational report so that you can kind of see where we're at. But if council wishes to stay on this path with the non-resident fees, I think that it needs to be applied equally across the board. How do you pick and choose which groups are going to pay? Right? If this is truly about non-residents using facilities and not contributing toward the deficit or reducing that cost to the taxpayer, it should be applied across the board, not just to our own programs.
Just before I go to Deputy Site, just a couple things. I thought it was just non-residents. Did we specify Morris Terminal only? I thought for sure just no. No, it's all non-residents. All non-residents.
All non-residents, through your worship, of our programs.
So let me, because this is what's happened. So when the non-resident fee implementation came to council, the number, the request was, here's the price, and at the time the discussion was, that I recall, was operationally, we don't know how we're going to manage charging, doing for the associations and all that stuff. Council didn't make a request to, like, I mean, I think if staff would have said to us at the time that it should be across the whole board, we probably would have implemented it across the whole board. But what we got at the time was a concern operationally about how that was going to happen. And I think we look from an operational perspective, I want to make sure we're clear. We're not experts. We shouldn't be even involved in my respect, is about the operation of the municipality. So if staff are saying to us, you're putting in a policy that's going to have operational challenges, then we suggest staff provide us with suggestion on how either to minimize the operational challenges, which I think is what we used when we implemented the non-resident fee a year ago, saying just charge it on the programs that we can mention, because then we can get that information. That's what we did. So I mean, there's fundamental challenges, as in the report is indicated, about how a non-resident user fee worked. I mean, I want to make sure I'm clear. North Huron is not the first municipality to use non-resident fees. No. Meaford did it for years with Owen Sound. I'm sure they had the same operational challenges. So, I mean, from an operational perspective, we asked staff to provide us with what they think is operationally going to get them the most efficiency, but also in the same breath, get what we need from a financial perspective. And I mean, ultimately, my question is, based on what we know now, and this is more of a rhetorical question that council can think about, and staff provide us with some feedback. After a year, even in COVID, so let's just take COVID out of the deal. Are we any further off under the non-resident fee than we would be if we didn't have it? And a question that ultimately is the question, because that is ultimately why we did it. If at the end of the day, we overall think we are not in a better position under the non-resident fee, and I'm looking at staff and I'm seeing shaking the head of no, then this council needs to think about what that non-resident fee means. And I mean, what I'm hearing is from Melissa is, if I have a full program, regardless of whether they're non-residents or residents, I'm paying $1 extra to pay off the deficit that we run, then the argument is we should have full programs. So having the full programs is one thing. The one thing I will mention is, and this has been a conversation with this council and others, should we be offering the same programs? And the reason, I know why we do it, so I'm just answering the question. Should we be offering programs that the private enterprise are offering? And the reason why we offer those programs is because of the exact reason why Melissa said. It's because for every $1 that we use, we get $1 back in benefit and cost recovery. So now we understand. I mean, let's be clear. We have made a lot of decisions over the past 3 years. Some of them have been terrible, as you would probably indicate from many of the residents will think they're terrible. Some have not been so terrible. I mean, we have to resonate. We are people who are elected to make difficult decisions. And I mean, but we're all here to make, they don't have to be decisions that we compound. I mean, one of the reasons why I like this report and the information I'm getting from Melissa today and Vicki and Matt and Tricia is this is something we have to come back with when the fees and charges bylaw looks like it and says, are we any further off? And if we're not, then what's the point? Because ultimately, it wasn't a matter of, it wasn't a piss and match. It was trying to get more financially responsible. We tried something. It either failed or succeeded. If it failed, then let's rectify it when we can. If we can't, then so be it. But I mean, that's the suggestion we need to go for. We're not going to make a decision here today. We could be here for another 2 hours to talk about this. Which, I know the Reeve has a place to be and he doesn't want to be here 2 hours. But I suggest council take this information that we've got from this report and really look at the question and ask ourselves a question. Are we any better off taking COVID out of it than we would have been if we would have left it alone? And if we should have left it alone, then let's respect the decision and change what we need to do. I don't know what the answer is yet. I have to divulge a little more information and a lot more thought process. But what I'm hearing is, at least from a staff perspective, I'm hearing we're not better off. We're actually worse off from an operational perspective and a complaint-driven issue. And yes, the complaints are going to be from non-residents, so let's not even talk about the complaints, because they're always going to complain when there's something different. So I mean, that's the conversation, but from a staff perspective, I thank them for their input in this report, because I think that's invaluable when we get to the fees and charge bylaw to really talk about what that means.
I'm going to go to Paul first, and then Kevin, and then I think we're going to wrap it up.
I haven't said too much all day through you, Reeve. I'm going back to November last year. I was told by Deputy Reeve Site we have 2 to 3 weeks to think over this thing we're talking about today. We came to December's meeting and I was waving my hand that we want to have discussion, and it was put through, we're having a vote first. This is what we're running into from not having a council discussion about it today. A lot of this stuff would have come up at that time, what we've been discussing today. We don't have those people coming in and out that door. We have nothing. The numbers that Melissa gave us there, I'll guarantee that it's not all because of COVID. So I think we have to look at it. What were we doing right before that happened? And I think some of these things, as mentioned about a grant thing being brought up, there were things that I think we could have had this running good. Let's put our tissy fits away and start working on some of these things, because I know we would have discussed these problems at our last December meeting, and we wouldn't be in this position today. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'll just, because of that point, Councillor Heffer, I will just provide clarity on the process for everyone so that we are clear. So the motion today, unless council goes in a different direction from the staff recommendation, which is to receive it for information, November 1st, you will see a fees and charges bylaw that includes the non-resident fee, just like it did last year. Council will again be able to provide their feedback on whether you want to see any changes in that bylaw. If you want to see any changes in that bylaw, we would make those changes and bring it back to November 15th for adoption. So that would be the process. So there's a process now. If you wanted to do something different, We would do that before we bring the first draft forward, or there's when we bring the first draft forward on November 1st. And if basically if the feedback is, yep, bring the bylaw back for 3 readings based on how you have it presented, then that's what we'll do, and that'll occur on November 15th. So just so everyone's clear, that's the process.
Kevin.
Thank you, Reed. I thank Representative Parasites comments about taking this information back, and that's a great idea. Not taking it, but we have to take it back further. We have to take it back 2 years to when things were being amicably shared, when things were right, and then look at it and what we've had to do since the changes that I will say are doing. We can only change. We can only handle ourselves, but they were also forced upon us by agreements not being valid, changing people's policies, other councils changing the pay schedules to us, that we've had to make these changes from. So as long as we don't just go from COVID to today, are we better off? We weren't better off when we started this process. That's why we've done these changes. So we have to look back before the changes were done, when things were doing right, and now, and take COVID out of the middle of it, because as it's been mentioned several times here, I do think COVID has quite a bit of to do with skewing all the numbers across the board. So every daycare, rec, even our own municipality. So just to take a look at it in the overall big scheme, and changes we made, changes that were made for us. And put together. This isn't just one council screwing their own policies up. We're just trying to react to with what we've been dealt.
Okay. Thank you very much. Just to wrap this up, unless somebody else has something to say, I would like, and I might have to put a motion for it, I'd like Vicki to come forward with information on pre-COVID. Every one of these departments, how much money did they make and how much money did they lose? Okay, let's have a good, let's not play with this. Because last time I was on council, there was threat of shutting every one of these departments down, and you'll remember this. If we can't make money, we shut it down. If we have to lose $185,000 a year, we're shutting it down. This is just Bernie Bailey talking. Because I cannot afford to lose that kind of money. I have the highest taxes in Huron County. So if our staff can't make money for us, and Morris Turnberry or East Huron or anybody else doesn't want to help pay for it, business is business. Anyway, that was a little harsh.
What do you mean by shut it down? I'm just trying to take.
Well, for not making money, and
shut all the facilities down. Shut just.
Yeah, no, we're gonna have a look at them individually and see how much money each one loses, how much each one makes, and council's gonna have a discussion. Do you want to keep the fitness center open? Do you want to keep the squash courts open? It's probably going to be yes, we're going to keep them all open, but at least we'll have a realization of the finances we're losing, because we are adding 2.5% to the taxes by not getting other people to help us pay, and that's the bottom line. Go ahead, Kevin.
Are we going to be discussing this again before we get the rec master plan?
So the timelines for the rec master plan is November 10th. So we would bring this first draft of the fees and charges bylaw in. And then I guess if council wants that additional report reviewing the impact, we would bring that forward for November 1st. So you would see this before the rec master plan comes and is presented by the consultant.
Because we made a pile of changes and decisions to, on all of our rec facilities and programs before getting this report. The report may tell us something completely different. I can't see I would rather it be the other way around. But this not come back until after we've seen that master report.
That's actually a good point, Carson.
You fees and charges November 15th and then bring it back for adoption in December.
Sure. Or the other thing we could do is still have the first draft of fees and charges and deal with everything except the recreation, but that maybe gets too muddy.
So so depending on if council thinks that's too muddy or not, what we can do is we would push our timelines a little bit, and basically you would have the first draft of the fees and charges bylaw presented at the regular council meeting on November 15th, and ideally adopted at the first meeting in December, I believe. December, whatever that works out to be. It just, whether that, we wouldn't necessarily have our first draft of the budget taking into account what you have as your adopted fees and charges bylaw, right? So that's the kicker with that one, but we as staff could certainly make wherever council wants to go with it work.
My follow-up question is that, has staff had the opportunity to preview the rec master plan?
Vicky has.
So some of these decisions may already be being made on information that yous have that we don't.
Go ahead, Vicky.
Yeah, through you, Your Worship. So yes, we did just receive a draft. There's another public consultation that is scheduled to take place next week. If possible, we would like to bump the council meeting from November 10th, that presentation, because the consultant, I had a meeting with them yesterday, and they want to give the public enough time to review what those recommendations are and provide feedback, and usually that's a 2-week period. So they would actually prefer to do their presentation on the 15th of November.
That's the opposite though of what Councillor Falconer was wanting. Councillor Falconer was wanting that earlier, not later.
I don't know, for 2 years.
Yeah. Through Your Worship, though, but the process needs to be played out. And in terms of the fees and charges bylaw, no one is recommending any increases, Donna, correct? That they would stay as status quo, other than council making a decision on whether or not they want to continue with the non-resident fees. That would be what would need to occur. And I am aware that there are comments in there about the non-resident fees in the draft document.
Trevor?
I just want to get for clarity purposes, the request from the reading is recreation as a whole is not going to make money, ever. Let's stop that. What I'm hearing is from the brief is more from a program standpoint. And the reason I say that is because it has been an unwritten bylaw or unwritten discussion that all the programs are to make money as a whole. Either they have money, make money, or they don't get offered. So I guess my question is, my suspicion is that we should not be getting a report in 2 weeks that shows any of them losing money pre-COVID, is what I'm hearing. So what's the, I guess if that's the case, I mean, as a whole, what are we going to gain? I mean, if we think if council hasn't seen that information, that's so be it. But I mean, we are under the impression as council that staff have been given the direction by council, this council and every council before that, is unless the program is going to make money or break even, it isn't to be offered. So I'm assuming that's what's going on. So I guess I just want to make sure that we're not going to be coming here and showing, you know, $40,000 loss because of the building or whatever. We're going to have a loss no matter what, because we have the building. We're going to have the building for at least for the foreseeable future. So, I mean, that's the question I have, and I just want to make sure we're clear what the information is we're getting to make these decisions, and that's all I want, because I don't want it to be an exercise and somebody's just putting sound that we make money on these programs when we knew that.
Go ahead, Ben.
Yeah, and through you, Your Worship, just to clarify, and I want to make sure that we provide council with what they are looking for, is the programming. We run programs on a break-even basis, and any money above the break-even mark is used to offset the operating costs of the buildings. Okay? Mm-hmm. So I just want, if we're all clear on that, we can certainly provide that information. But as I mentioned during the budget discussion, whether we have 5 people in the building or we have 500 people in the building, there are standard operating costs for your heat and things like that. But when we're doing programming, the programming is based on that program's cost. Okay, and I want to make sure that we're clear on that. Do you know what I mean?
So if I could just follow up with that, Vicki, if I could just, so I believe in your budget, it is going to break down that each PACE, so that's what I want to see.
Okay.
I want to see the breakdown. I don't expect you guys to pay for the whole arena or anything like that. Honestly, you're just going to show me your budget. But I'd like to see it, you know, and I don't want it to be the COVID one. You guys argued COVID was not, it was not to do with this anyway, so you can do this year if you want. So where I'm going with that is, everything you guys are doing are not a mandated article that a council has to deal with. Really, honestly, we're supposed to just clean the streets and make sure everybody's safe. So I don't like it when somebody comes to me and says, no, I'm going to lose money every year, because when I say yes, then I give them the permission to do that. That means I don't have to advertise as much. That means I don't have to show up for work. Not saying you guys, I'm saying life as a whole. So all I'm suggesting is we need to make money, and if we're not making money and the staff doesn't want Morris Turnberry to pay 1.5 times, how are you going to reduce the cost? Could be wage reductions, staff reduction, I don't know. All I know is I have to run a business. Not saying anybody's losing their job. I just want the information and have a conversation. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, based on what Vicki said about programs breaking even, so if we offer 10 programs and they all break even, and then we make 25% on them, because instead of 5 people, we have 8 people, let's say, in that program, that goes towards the building's deficit. So instead of, you know what I said, those 25 programs being offered, if we now can only offer 10 because people are choosing not to come to the building, that's less income we're going to be able to generate towards the fixed operating costs. So the more people, the more butts in the seats basically we can get. If we have 500 people in that building, with 5 being our break-even point for martial arts, and now we have 10, and we're running that 3 nights a week. And then we've got fitness classes, like with the community classes, we were running 35 classes a week. Right now we're running 9. Of course, that's COVID related as well, but if we don't have the people, now we're running 9 classes. If we don't have as much choice, someone who, let's say, works till 7 o'clock at night, they're now not going to buy a membership because we don't offer classes when they need them. So it becomes a spiral of, if we don't get the butts in the seat, we can't offer more programs. If we can't offer more programs, we can't bring more revenue in to hit our fixed costs. So it really doesn't matter where the revenue is coming from. I understand the idea we're trying to bring more from non-residents, but if they just choose not to walk in the door, it impacts our ability to have any programming. And without the programming, we're paying for the building regardless. And that's where the challenge is. So I don't want Morris Turnberry or our residents to pay more, but regardless, with the user fees or without, our residents are going to pay more. There's no, by adding the non-resident fees, it does not decrease the impact on North Huron. It may actually increase it.
Yes, but let me be as clear as I possibly can. I do want to bring this to an end. Okay, let me be as clear as I possibly can. You, my staff, are telling me that I don't charge people, outside residents, extra money because it's going to cause your programs to fail. I'm telling you, as staff, you come back to me and tell me how you're going to make it work. I need you to tell me how you're going to make up for the $185,000, or was it $85,000, and they don't give us any more. I forget, Morris Turnberry, for an example. Whatever it is, you're my staff. I have a building I can't afford now. Not me, not you. Somebody out here said we're taking this money away. I want you, my staff, to come back and tell me how we're going to make this pay. Because at the end of the day, the bank will take it. In the real world, the bank would take it if you can't make a go of it. I'm not asking for excuses. I'm asking you to come back and tell me how this is going to work. Because you're the ones telling me you don't have to do the extra cash here, and you don't care about the $85,000, whatever this council is losing. This council has to put the price up to the North Huron taxpayers 2.5%, Paul. Wingham's going to pay 2.5% more because of what happened. We didn't create that. Vicki, and then we're going to end it. Oh, I'll let Trevor speak.
So, what I'm hearing from staff is I can make up a significant portion of that money by putting more people in the building. That's what I'm hearing. So regardless of whether it's 85,000, 50,000, 2.5 million.
Yep.
If I get more people in the building, I can reduce our operating deficit because I have more people in the building. And arguably, I think that's probably where the logistics of building a facility of that size in the community was that purpose. So, I mean, so arguably, Reeve, they're already telling you that. They're telling you how they're going to solve the problem by saying, and how they solve the problem is council need to reevaluate the non-resident fee. And if it's solely because of that issue, then council needs to look at the non-resident fee is what I'm hearing. And then that will allow us one less issue to get more people in the building, COVID or no COVID, and then we can at least establish. The argument is what I'm hearing is we're worse off now than we were before we had the non-resident fee. That's what I'm hearing from the staff perspective.
Thank you. Just before I go to you, Vicki, I want to say don't come back to me with that, because I'll ask you why you didn't have them in there 2 years ago, 3 years ago. What the hell happened? Okay? Go ahead, Vicki, we're done. After you speak. Oh, I shouldn't say that. Chris, if you want to say something, go ahead. Go ahead, Vicki.
Your worship, so I need you to be a little bit clearer on that, because I was thinking more about what I was going to say. So what were you saying? Then we're like, you don't want me to come back with that?
I'm suggesting don't come back and say to me that we're going to have 500 more people next year because you do this and this and this, because it's been around for 20 years now and that's never happened, so it's not magically going to happen. I ran a few businesses in my days. So anyway, we've been at this an hour and 20 minutes now, so you know.
And you have a draft motion here, so yep. We'll get some clarity on this, and then that'll dictate kind of what you're looking at for processes going forward.
Okay.
So, revealing, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but this is the motion that you were looking to put forward. That the Council of the Township of North Huron hereby receives the report dated October 22nd, 2021, prepared by the Director of Recreation and Community Services regarding resident and non-resident fees for information purposes, and further that Council directs staff to prepare a follow-up report reviewing the impact of the non-resident fees for the recreation and childcare programming. Like, is that sufficient to what you're looking for?
Yeah, we all understand.
Do you need more details, or? All right, so that's your motion on the floor. So you've moved that. Ruth Bailey, you're looking for a seconder.
Do I have a seconder? Motion fails. Further conversation.
Reeve, yeah. I'm going to move the recommended motion on the report, which is receive it for information, understanding the fact that, as Councillor Heffer's indicated, the clerk has indicated the process, meaning if council wants to change the non-resident fee right now, somebody in this council needs to make a motion to do that. If you're not going to do that, staff is going to put the non-resident fee back into play at the November 1st, 10th, 20th, whatever the day is, and council then has a chance to either change it or adopt it at that moment. So I mean, I want to make sure council is very clear. That's the steps. So I'm just indicating we're going to put this as information purposes and then treat it as such going forward.
Do I have a seconder? Kevin seconds. This will be a recorded vote.
So just bear with me.
Mm-hmm.
I'll read it back. So the motion on the floor is that the Council of the Township of North Huron hereby receives the report dated October 22nd, 2021, prepared by the Director of Recreation and Community Services regarding resident and non-resident fees for information purposes. Your movers, Deputy Reeve Sype, your seconders, Councillor Heffer, and Reeve Bailey has requested a recorded vote. So Deputy Reeve Sype?
Yes.
Councillor Falconer?
Yes.
Councillor Heffer?
Yes.
Councillor Van Henderson?
Yes.
Councillor Palmer?
Yes.
Councillor McBurney?
Yes.
And Reeve Bailey?
Yes.
So that motion carries 7-0. So, and just for clarity for the process now, so we will bring the fees and charges bylaw back. and it will include non-resident fees in that. Logistically, though, I would like some direction from council of whether you want to bring that forward, on November 1st still, or whether you would like to see that after the rec consultants on November 10th. So if you wait until after November 10th, then we would bring that forward November 15th. And then it would be adopted on the first meeting in December, whatever that date is.
Suggestions? Go ahead, Trevor.
My suggestion would be is you bring it November 1st. This is only my suggestion. You bring it November 1st. If somebody on council has a discussion or has a thought at that time, or they would like to make a motion to adjust it because they've had further discussion or further more conversation about this report, information from other people, just overall thought process, other than today, then they can request a change at that point. If there's no request at that change, somebody has the ability to defer it. You can defer it. All you have to do is make a motion to defer. So I mean, if it comes here on the 1st and somebody doesn't want to make a change and we're willing to accept it, great. If we want to make a change, make the change and make the motion and carry on. If somebody after the further wants to wait till the rec master plan or whatever the case may be, something else, you can defer it till that time. All you need is a motion to do. I think if we do that, then staff, it's on the agenda. The sooner that it's adopted, the sooner the information can get out to the residents and non-residents if it affects the non-residents or whatever the case may be. I think the sooner we have it on the table again is better in my mind. So that would be my recommendation if council so chooses that.
Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, through you, Reeve. So as long as the timing is fine with me, as long as with that information and we need the, I guess it's funny that we passed this thing, carried on as information, and everything was negative in it. Like, you know, we're not making any money because of the of these extra fees. So I found that ironic a bit. So as long as on the 1st we get a chance to mull it over again and either pass it and carry it on, defer it for more information or to a later date for, I'm not sure what your reasoning was, and or say we wish changes. I need to understand.
So that would be the process. So the Director of Finance will bring forward her report like every year, saying attached to this report is the draft fees and charges bylaw. Here's the changes, the planning fees changes, the development charges, those things we've discussed. I'm sure the report will say, as discussed at the October 22nd meeting, it includes non-resident fees again. And then council, basically, there's likely to be a motion that council receives it for information and directs staff to prepare a bylaw for the November 15th meeting to adopt it as presented. If you did not want to adopt it as presented, you would amend that motion to adopt it as amended to include whatever or make whatever changes, right? So you have that ability on November 1st, and then it's not going to be there for 3 readings until November 15th. Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead, Kevin.
I just want to make a clarification or to comment from the Councilor Palmer there. We're not losing money because we put in the...
We're not further ahead.
We were losing money.
You've had that discussion
before.
Yeah,
that's why we put it in.
Yeah, I'm going to pull up it.
But we put,
I agree
we're
with
getting
you.
money back.
Yeah. We're gonna have a conversation about this another day, guys. No,
all I'm saying, Reeve, is council has, until a motion is put on the floor and voted, you have a chance to do whatever you want. I mean, my suggestion is the report for the fees and charges bylaw does not have the second recommended motion from staff. That forces council to have to make the decision. Because what happens so frequently in this council is we see the recommended motion and we go, yep, and we talk about it for 13 seconds or 2 hours, depending on how it is, and then we forget what the motion is and we move it forward. If we take that report on the 1st that says we're going to take it for information purposes, ultimately council needs to decide, because the clerk is going to say, you need to provide staff with direction. So what I say then is, Councillor Palmer, you are going to have every chance between now and November 30th, if this pushes on, is deferred as long as it can, to make a change, to make adjustments, to do everything that you want as it relates to the fees and charges bylaw. And it doesn't have to be only to do with rec. It could be CBO charges, it could be daycare charges, it could be any of them. I mean, we've only talked about the non-resident fee as it relates to childcare and rec, but the fees and charges bylaw is something that we adopt with the recommendations from staff, but we adopt it. So you're going to have every chance to have that discussion. And my suggestion is to take that part of the motion out of it. So it forces us to have the discussion that says, what are you going to do? Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Trevor. Ladies, that was a good conversation. Nice and exciting. We'll all go home a little hyper. Anyway, thanks a lot for coming out. Appreciate it. Modernization Fund reallocation that the Township of North Huron hereby received the report. No, we're going to have Donna talk to it first.
Thanks, girls. I've got to get my paper.
So where I was going with that, my next question was going to be if the staff wanted to reduce their paychecks to help us out. Because if we want to reduce how much we're charging people, how about it?
Okay, so the modernization report is in your agenda package there. This is talking about the reallocation of a couple of things in that report. Okay, so in the modernization, let's go ahead and flip, if you would, to the chart that's included in the report. And I just wanted to give you a bit of an update here. So as the report outlines, that we had, our original plan was that we had the $525,643.23 to allocate. That was our budget. And then actuals to date, we have spent $136,751.56. Out of that, though, we have allocated the full amount because as the CAO had provided information in conjunction with the intake 2 of the modernization fund, all of the funds had to be allocated. It couldn't be just to reserve. So we've been through this process a few times. And so at this point, we're back again we've come up with some new projects that have risen from other projects that we've had, and so we wanted to talk to council about those changes. So one of the big things in this package was the payroll software. So as council is aware, we had $20,000 for the payroll software. And my Deputy Treasurer, Julie, did an extensive review on all different payroll packages, and she had come to the conclusion that because of the amount of job costing that we are requiring at North Huron, because our staff work in so many programs and facilities, that the Clarity program that we are using now was the best option for her. And so then, one of the problems was, though, that it did not have good features for tracking vacation days and sick days. And so that was being done manual, which is what we wanted to move away from. So with her able to work with the software people, she was able to actually implement the recording in the software for the vacation pay, which is now done in half-day increments, and sick time is now determined in 1-hour increments. So these changes were made in conjunction with the new HR manual, which was adopted on October the 1st. And then since then, Julie will have some time to have to enter all of this into the program, but she feels that this is going to work very well for her. So the one thing is that because of the job costing, and most of the other customers don't do the extensive job costing that we do, we wanted a customized report in the amount of $1,600 to be able to get a better report out for the department heads on their job costing. So therefore, there was $18,400 as shown in the chart that can be reallocated to other projects. And those other projects are, the first one is an automation of the accounts payable process, which is just over $5,000. So as outlined in my report, intake 2 of the modernization program was for digital modernization records management. And I'm pleased to say that the whole township is really moving forward on records management. I just said at the start of the meeting, I wish we'd have started this, several years ago for sure, because it's going to make a big difference. So we're trying to automate all our processes, make it easier for staff, and reduce errors. So in addition to the Laserfiche is the electronic storage system. Is that what you would call it, Carson? The electronic storage system where all our
electronic records management and retention system.
Retention system. So in speaking with the Laserfiche folks, they have come up with a way to automate our accounts payable process, which will make it a lot easier for staff to electronically review and approve, and then to be able to process the accounts payable, which will require much less data entry and speed up time. And we think that this automation is going to make a much better process for our accounts payable. So that's the first point in here, is to reallocate some of those funds to a new accounts payable automated process. The second item is, it's only $236.64. As outlined in your chart, one of the items that we had was a security improvements down at the complex, and so we had a budget of $4,500 there, and it actually came in at $4,736. So we've reallocated the $236 from the 18.4 that we were talking about up above. And the last item is health and safety programs and policies for the balance of the money, $16,338.95. So as council is aware, comprehensive review and update of human resources policy has been completed, and as part of this, the HR consultant was retained to review existing policies and prepare a new human resources manual for council's consideration. So in addition to that, the health and safety policy programs have been identified as a high priority and certainly in need of improvement. And so staff would like to undertake the same type of process in order to get this big project underway and completed. So to ensure, the reasons that we want to do this.
Maybe I'll just elaborate on it.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so as council will have saw, the process we use for the HR manual seemed to work well. And from a staff perspective, and myself in particular, I've been trying to get around to updating the health and safety policies since I've been here since early 2019, right? But it's almost being done off the side of my desk due to everything, council and committee and police board and whatever else related, right? So because this approach that we saw for the human resource manual works well, we're hoping to use that same approach, where what I'm envisioning is the consultants would work with myself and the rest of SMT, along with the Joint Health and Safety Committee and in council, to ensure that we are covered in terms of any potential liability, but also with that aligning with our HR manual. Right, so that is a big one. So now that we have our new HR manual, we do not want our health and safety policies to contradict or not align with that, right? So right now we have Melissa here on contract, so now is the perfect time to do that, just to make sure that we have our manual, we have our policies, they fully mesh together, and we're covered for any potential liability. Our staff know their duties and responsibilities. And just, yeah, so that's kind of the intention of that. But and if there's any questions on that piece, I could certainly answer those.
So basically, we're not asking for any additional funds. It's as we're completing projects that were outlined in the modernization funds, if there was money left over from that, then we always have a list of other projects that can move us forward in different areas to make us more efficient. And so then that's why we're recommending that these 3 new pieces, as I said, it won't cost any more money, but we're reallocating from the modernization funds from one area to another to, as I said, the purpose of it is to become more efficient, and we feel that certainly with the accounts payable process and the health and safety policies that will help us move the township forward.
I will move it, brief.
Seconder, please. Questions? Oh, Chris, second. Questions or conversations? Go ahead, Kevin.
Could this philosophy go into every single portion of our
Baby steps, baby steps.
Okay, any other questions? You didn't get an answer, did you, Kevin?
I got one.
Okay, I don't see any other questions. I call the, whatever it was I called.
The vote.
The vote, that's it, yeah. Okay, sorry guys. Okay, carries.
Okay, so thank you, council. From my perspective, I think we've covered all the items that were on my particular agenda today, so I'll turn it back to you, Reed Bailey.
Bylaw number 18, 2021, employee vacation policy, that the bylaw 18, 2021 be a bylaw to be adopted.
Vaccination policy, not vacation policy.
Oh.
I said that last time.
Did I? I got a fixation on the holidays. Policy for the corporation, township, and North Huron be introduced, read a first, second, third, and final time, be signed by the Reeve clerk and engrossed in the bylaw books. Do I have a mover? I have Kevin moving. Do I have a seconder?
I will second for discussion.
Yeah, and you might, just because we deferred this at Monday's meeting, it might be prudent that the CAO provide an update on what's transpired since.
I will hold off on the seconder.
Well, that's why I made it for discussion.
Well, I am sorry, Dwayne. I'm getting tired, I guess.
No, it's fine. So, and maybe just, so the province has put into place legislative requirements for vaccination, and maybe just in terms of ensuring everybody understands the whole picture. So in our daycare situation, for example, the legislative requirement is mandatory vaccination or negative test 48 hours or a medical exemption. So that is currently the framework that applies to our childcare situation. With respect to our recreational facility, the legislation says that anyone who wishes to enter the facility, the legislation says anyone who wishes to enter the facility over 18 years of age, who is not participating in a sport, is required to be vaccinated. So if you're attending as a spectator, you have to be vaccinated. But for those between the ages of 12 and 18, if you, again, this is a legislative, if you're between the ages of 12 and 18 and you're attending the facility as a spectator, you have to provide proof of vaccination. But if you're attending as participating in a sport, in terms of playing hockey, for example, you don't have to provide proof of vaccination. So just in terms of that clarification there. Since that time, though, the medical officer of health issued a letter of instruction. The letter of instruction basically said anyone over the age of 12 has to provide proof of vaccination in terms of entering the facility. So whether you're entering for a sport, whether you're a coach, a volunteer, anyone over the age of 12 has to provide proof of vaccination to enter into the facility. And at that point, in terms of that, that letter of instruction applied to staff, there is a subsequent follow-up letter of instruction that was issued that basically provide clarification that it was anybody and everybody over the age of 12, but I mean, without actually, but if you're staff providing a service, you don't have to have you have to provide proof of vaccination. Okay. So that's currently from a public health perspective and from a provincial legislative perspective where we currently stand. So with that in mind, though, and there's another legislative requirement that municipalities have to have an employee vaccination policy. And so in terms of, and there's many different, you know, this can take many different forms. In terms of, and the policy that is currently before you as it's written basically indicates that the policy for the municipality for employees would be that employees are strongly encouraged to get vaccinated. That there's a requirement in terms of being educated on the benefits of vaccination, and that the municipality will adhere to all provincial regulations, policies, and mandates. Further to that, in terms of, it speaks to the temporary nature of the policy, that this policy will be in place from the date of passing until, I think it was March 31st in the policy of 2022. And that was just simply an arbitrary date that was chosen. And that was just, you know, to emphasize the temporary aspect of it. But further to that, the policy also says, though, because of regulations, the mandates in public health, you know, it's a continual changing environment. At least it has been recently. There's another provision added in there, basically, though, that says, in the event that there's a conflict between provincial legislation and this policy, that the provincial legislation or public health instruction supersedes our policy. So right now, from a daycare perspective, you know, it's this, that what is currently subject to daycare in terms of mandatory vaccination, testing, and medical exemption, those requirements do not apply to the recreation staff. But if the province came down and said, those legislative requirements apply to your rec staff, our policy doesn't have that in it, but if the province says that is going to be what it's going to be, that supersedes our policy. Okay? So I just want to, in terms of helping understand, in terms of there's provincial legislation, there's public health letter of instruction that's issued under provincial legislation, and then there's a legislative requirement for municipalities to have an employee vaccination policy. So that's, I'm hoping that helps in terms of, is there any questions about?
I think what Dwayne just said is, as you go up the ladder, it supersedes the one below you. I learned that in the 80s when I was fighting the government. I learned it the hard way. So it's just a matter of, we can put any policy together we want, guys, but the province will supersede ours, et cetera, right? Any questions, comments, concerns?
And all other vaccines that are platinum.
Yeah, I got my flu shot yesterday. I don't know. So we're good to go ahead with this?
Just in case this goes on for 50 years, a decade, should it be specific to COVID-19?
It is. The way we I believe the schedule says employee COVID-19 vaccination policy.
So if it was renamed something else next, would this policy then have to be rewritten and added the next?
Well, so that goes back to that date too that Dwayne has in there. So with
have an update for you.
That just came
every 2 weeks.
No, literally the premier just announced.
Yeah, he was going to do it.
Oh no.
Yeah. I just got to find the email again. But it doesn't affect our policy.
Right. And yeah. So with latest feature now, we have the ability to put that date in there, and then it flags it for us to review. Right. So should circumstances change, we have that date in there. It flags it, and then we can logistically update things like that should they change it, right?
So I have any more questions or concerns? I have a mover. Trevor, you seconding?
You have a seconder.
Yeah,
You did second,
So
okay.
Councillor Falconer's your mover and Deputy
Yep.
Secretary seconder.
Yeah, all in favor? Carries. Okay. Close the session, we don't have one today. Confirmation of the bylaw 84, 2021. Got a bylaw number 84, 2021, being a bylaw to adopt, confirm, and ratify matters dealt with by the Council Township of North Huron at its October 22nd, 2021 meeting, be introduced, read a first, second, third, and final time, and signed by the Reeve and clerk and engrossed in the bylaw books. Do I have a mover? Rick moves, seconder. Chris seconds, all in favor? Carries, thank you. Adjournment. That the Council Township of North Huron agrees there being no further business for council. The meeting hereby adjourns at 2:50 p.m. Do I have a mover? I have Anita moving, seconder please. Kevin seconds, all in favor? Carries, thank you. Just so I get it right now.